we can now call this meeting to order. Today is Tuesday, February 10th. Happy 10th day of Black History Month, 2026. We are here in the Nat Hill Room, and present I have my county council colleagues, Speidel, Wiltz, Deckard, Henry, and not joining us in the Nat Hill Room is Councilor Hawk and Councilor Iverson. I don't believe Councilor Iverson might be able to attend virtually, but we're unsure with Councilor Hawk. So either way, we have a quorum, so we will go ahead and get started with the people's business. So all those that are able to stand, please stand for our reciting of the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
This is on all. All right. So next up, we have the adoption of tonight's agenda. Does anybody have any amendments that they would like to make for tonight's agenda? Yes, Councilor Deckard.
Madam President, I would like to add just a discussion item in, I believe the appropriate place would be in new business on the transit line that we have supported. I believe it's transit line 13 in the past. 10A? I'd make it 10A if that helps. I'd so move.
So
Second, or if that's unnecessary, I don't know.
So transit conversation, okay,
Yes.
so 10A. And I, in light of our conversation of yesterday, want to give folks an opportunity to maybe have a brief conversation of, because I know Councilor Henry wasn't able to attend, but I'm sure he has watched the meeting from yesterday, and maybe at the time Councilor Hawk will be present too. So I want to give us an opportunity to have a conversation from yesterday's joint meeting. So I'd like to add that after the transit conversation as well. And that will be 10B.
What are you calling that again, please?
Justice conversation. Is there anybody else that wish to make adjustments or amendments to tonight's agenda? All right, seeing none, and because we don't have anybody attending virtually as of right now, so all those in favor of amending tonight's agenda or approving tonight's agenda as amended signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. All right, motion carries. All right, next up, this is the time for the public to come in the Nat Hill Room or virtually via Teams. And so if you would like to talk on items that are not on tonight's agenda, you can always come forward to the lectern here in the Nat Hill Room. Each person will have up to 3 minutes, and the displays around this room here will show your 3 minutes. And then if you are virtually, you can raise your hand via Teams, and you'll also have up to 3 minutes. So again, you just state your name for the record, raise your hand, or come forward to the podium here, and you'll have up to 3 minutes. So because I don't see anybody as of yet. Oh, okay, all right.
One on Teams
I
as
see.
well.
Okay, so we'll go here in the Nat Hill Room first. Again, the sign-in sheet is there for you. Sign in, state your name, and you'll have up to 3 minutes. Mm-hmm.
I'm here, my name is Gretchen Clearwater, and I'm here tonight because I had heard that there was maybe an issue about whether there would be enough funding for holding the elections.
And actually, that's on tonight's agenda.
Okay, so when do I publicly comment?
So it will be on the conversation of ongoing business, so 8A. That will be an opportunity for...
Oh, so I should just wait?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, because those are items, so again, this is for public comment for items not on the agenda. And so that's on the agenda.
Gotcha.
Yes, just want to make sure.
All right, I'll just stay there.
Okay, all right.
Okay, thanks.
Well, we'll see you soon. All right. All right, so now I'm gonna go back to Teams here. I saw a hand raised and I don't see it anymore. But the person's hand that was raised via Teams, if you'd like to raise your hand again. Again, these are for items that are not on tonight's agenda. Okay, all right. Seeing none, I want to make sure that everybody has an opportunity to speak on those items, and seeing none, we'll move on. Thank you. So next up is department updates. This is for Department of Monroe County Government to come and update the council on items that are also not on the agenda. So departments have up to 10 minutes to give the council an update. And again, you can either raise your hand via Teams if you're virtually, or you can come forward to the lectern here in the Nat U Hill room. And looking around, I don't see any movements, either in the room here or via Teams, so we will move forward. On tonight's agenda, we don't have any consent agenda items, so we will dive right into our business for the evening, and starts with number 7 with the hiring freeze review.
Council, I move to open for discussion and possible approval the coroner's request to be exempt from the hiring freeze and be allowed to hire in Fund 1000-0007 County General Coroner a part-time reserve deputy position.
Second.
We got a motion and a second. I see our coroner, Mr. Jeff Hall, is present. Welcome.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
Yes, so I would like to request the opportunity to hire a current reserve deputy into a paid part-time position. This reserve deputy has been with our office since 2017, so it was before I took election as coroner. It's actually the same year that I was elected, and I was under the impression that this individual had technically been a employee of the coroner's office. Apparently, a reserve deputy is a position that was created at the time of the prior coroner's time frame. And so I am wanting to move this position into a paid part-time position solely because one of my current deputy coroners is going to be out on medical leave for about 2 to 3 months, having surgery. And therefore, this reserve deputy is going to be stepping into that role. Typically, a reserve deputy, in the way that our office setup is a 1 unpaid shift per quarter. This individual is going to be picking up a lot more shifts and kind of covering that gap while my paid deputy is gone. In fact, he's already had 5 calls this year since beginning of January. And to pull some numbers, he had 14 total calls that he was part of from 2021, including the 5 this year. So already he's going to be doing much, much more, and I'd like to allow him to be paid and compensated for those extra efforts.
Thank you for that explanation. I'm going to look to my council members here to see if anybody has any questions or comments for Mr. Hall. Yes, Councilor Wills.
Yeah, so my understanding is that you have, is it 4 deputies? You have a
Correct. There's myself, my chief deputy, and then 4 paid deputy coroners.
Okay, and then the deputy coroners are on contract, and they're paid.
No, not contract.
Okay, could you explain to me? Are they then? They used to be on contract, maybe. No. Okay, what's the situation?
They
I'm
are paid
misinformed.
quarterly via. So they have to turn in time through to the HR. They're paid through payroll, but they're only paid quarterly.
So many questions. Okay. If they're turning in their time and they're paid quarterly, if they don't turn in their time, are they still paid?
I believe that is correct, yes.
This is what we've had for years. So I do know that our council, Molly Turner King, is working with the coroner to move them to contracts.
Maybe that's where I got
I
that.
think that's where you're getting at.
I would just think that if there was a full quarter where they didn't turn any time in, then I'm not positive that they would get paid there. But if they turn in any time through any quarter, then they get paid, right?
And they would get paid the same amount? Or is
Correct,
it-
yeah,
It's not hourly, it's a stipend?
Correct, it's a stipend. Yeah, it's a quarterly stipend that's paid to each deputy coroner,
Okay,
regardless of hours worked.
okay. So this would be an additional appropriation to cover, now, you're saying you've got one, I do have a question. Actually, it's,
Oh,
clearly I have
that's
lots of
okay.
questions.
Sure, no, that's perfectly
But-
fine. That's why I'm here.
So you have a reserve person that is going to be covering or is covering more and more because one of the deputies is not available.
Correct.
So typically they cover a little bit. They do it because they're volunteering their time in service, and that's amazing. What you're suggesting then is that they permanently become part-time, not just during this absence, but permanently.
That is correct, yes. Yes, a permanent part-time paid position from now until the individual decides to leave the coroner's office. Paid dearly, not a stipend.
Right. Okay, and I see that you came up with a justified way to determine a rate, an hourly rate based on the $3,000 per quarter that your regular deputy is
Correct.
paid. Okay. Am I also? I feel like I'm cross-examining every time I ask you all questions, and I don't mean to sound that way. I got to work on my tone.
No, absolutely. My office is a very unique office. It's structured a lot differently
Yeah.
than many of the other county government offices.
So in the description, what I'm seeing is that you're also asking then for the ability to hire up to 5 reserve deputies through this part-time line. Is that, did I?
Yeah, correct. That was just a request. Obviously, if I'm not going out and hiring 5 people right now, with my office and the way that it operates, unfortunately, we don't have people lining up wanting to come work for the coroner's office. I do my due diligence to make sure that everyone that does come and work for the office is vetted very properly, and they're not just coming for the glory and the fame. But unfortunately, yeah, there's no one's lining up the doors wanting to come work for the office itself. It's usually individuals who have worked with other deputies that I have, or individuals who work in a very similar jobs classification. So this would to be if I had another individual come forward, say in the next 6 months, to have the opportunity to put them through the process to bring them on as a paid part-time deputy. But I'm really only looking for just the one right now to really help out our office.
I'm happy to let anyone else have a turn.
Well, other council members, do you all have any questions for Mr. Hall on this item? If you have more, go ahead.
No one else has anything? This
No.
is just super straightforward. I'm the only okay.
It's okay.
Well, I have thoughts.
Go.
And my thought is that given our current hiring freeze, that while we could approve a part-time position to cover for the person who can't fulfill their regular duties, I'm not inclined to go beyond that, simply because of the way in which the season in which we find ourselves of freezing all hirings, or at least trying to. So that's my thought. I mean, I want you to have the person on. I could maybe be convinced that it stays as a part-time position and it's not necessarily time limited, but I don't think any more than one position is warranted at this point. I'm happy to listen to others on the topic, though.
So just to clarify, you're stating that this one individual, if he were to be approved, it would just be for a short time frame, or
That's what I would think.
My only rebuttal to that is I don't know what this deputy coroner's stipulations are going to be when he comes back from his surgery. If he's going to be on a lifting restriction, if he's going to be on something that's going to limit his ability. I don't know. I can't predict that. The surgery he's having is a pretty common surgery, and there is good recovery time from that. But I don't want to say, it's going to be 8 to 10 weeks, 2 to 3 months, and until I get a little bit closer to that. Having the opportunity to have this secondary or this reserve deputy fill in as needed, I don't quite think that this individual is going to want to pick up any more shifts than he needs to. As he is similar to myself, we all have other secondary full-time jobs. This is just a secondary supplemental income.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. And for the record, Counselor Hawk is in the building. Okay. Are there any other questions or comments from council related to this item? Right. Seeing none, we'll move on to public comment. If there's public comment on this item, you can come forward to the lectern here in the Natty Hill Room or raise your hand via Teams. Seeing none, may we please have a roll call vote?
Counselor Fidel,
Yes.
Counselor Hogg,
I'm going to pass since I was not here for the discussion.
Counselor Wilt,
No.
Counselor Henry,
Yes.
Counselor Deckard,
Yes.
Counselor Crossley.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-1, one pass.
Thank you, Council.
All right. Next up is item B from the Highway Department.
Council, I move to open for discussion and possible approval of the Highway Department's request to be exempt from the hiring freeze and be allowed to hire in Fund 1176-0000 Motor Vehicle Highway, account line 15842, truck driver position.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. We have Ms. Ridge here. Welcome.
Good evening.
Hello.
So we, after the last major snowstorm, we received a resignation. Sometimes that's expected. He was a full-time truck driver the last 20 years, so he wanted to go back to being a full-time truck driver on the road. So we did fill the last truck driver position. That position is starting February 23rd, so we are requesting to fill this position. If we fill this position, then we're just down a mechanic and a highway engineer at this time.
Okay. And this is out the MVH fund?
It is all out of the MVH fund. Nothing
Which
comes
does
out of
not
the county
pull
general
from
fund.
general. Gotcha. Okay. I like when you say that. Okay. All right. So any questions or comments for Ms. Ridge on this item? Counselor Hawk.
Yes. First of all, it is in a different fund, and if that fund runs short, they'll know it, and they have to make adjustments, so it doesn't affect the rest of the county government. But the second thing is, I don't think we slept through the snowstorm that we've had, and neither is Highway Department. And so it would just behoove us to recognize that and know that this is something that we have to do. It's really public safety.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Yes, Counselor Deckard.
I just wanted to ask you a question. As much as you're allowed to say on this, was it the comparison of those two different being out on the road versus some of the work and a snowstorm that was part of that decision for this individual?
This was a tough snowstorm, and they worked a lot of long hours. When you're driving a truck, you can't see. You're not on a 4-lane highway. You're on a country rural road that has embankments. You can't see where the road ends. You can't see the edge of the road. And it's very stressful. It's very mentally stressful. It's tiring. But they stay out there, they stay at it until we are, able to, we do give them breaks constantly. So what the guys go through, it's a lot, and it's not for everybody. So I appreciate the ones that stick with us and do the job, and they do it well.
I did hear comments from people over the last few weeks where they've said, this is the worst one I remember, and it might be getting close to the blizzard in a different way because we're now doing more roads, more people, more things just to cover. So thanks again to all your folks for doing that and the way that they had to do it. 48 hours straight, right?
We get breaks, but we called them in on that Saturday at 5 p.m., and we sent them home on Monday at 5 p.m.
Counselor Wiltz.
Yeah, I will support this since it's not in county general, and I can't imagine driving in those conditions. I don't like driving anyway, so kudos to anyone willing to take on that challenge. But I just wanted to take a moment and let you know that I was speaking with a constituent who lives off of Stipp Road, and they are pleased as punch about what's happened down there. So, yeah, I mean,
Turned out to be a really good project.
yeah, I know it's been a long time coming, but they're so excited and thankful. So I'm passing that along.
Thank you.
Counselor Fido.
So I also called you and left you a message and told you how pleased I was how the county came back out and took care of an issue near where I live, which is there was, I think, snow business that had got plowed into one lane of the road that we access in and out of the place. It was taken care of just in hours. It was very quick. So I want to thank that. My neighborhood thanks you for that. Yeah.
Counselor Hawk.
Right, while we're passing out the compliments, in my neighborhood, right before you get to my house, there's a major curve that you just can't get around it without some help. And so after you come through with the bigger trucks, then a smaller truck with a plow came through to try to widen that without knocking down my mailbox. I was so grateful. But without that, all of those people cutting through our neighborhoods to get over to the next main intersection, they couldn't have made it without being in real trouble. And so they took special care to take care of those special areas that needed that. So appreciate it.
You were getting all the love. So we appreciate it. Thank you. All right. So seeing no other further questions or comments from council on this item, we'll go to the public. If you have comment on this item, you can come forward to the lectern here in the room, or you can raise your hand via Teams. And may we please have a roll call vote?
Counselor Fidel,
Yes.
Counselor Hawk,
Yes.
Counselor Wiltz,
Yes.
Counselor Henry,
Yes.
Counselor Deckard,
Yes.
Counselor Crossley.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous.
All right. Thank you. All right. Next up is item C from the Health Department.
Council, I move to open for discussion and possible approval the Health Department's request to be exempt from the hiring freeze and be allowed to hire in Fund 1159-0000 Health, account line 10189, Public Health Nurse Communicable Diseases position.
Second.
We have Ms. Lori Kelly present here. Welcome. What can you tell us about this item?
Good evening. So this request is to hire for a public health nurse who the primary function is to oversee our communicable case investigations. Second to that, this position will help to provide vaccinations and health screenings to the public, both inside the clinic and during outreach services. So a little bit of a dual position there, but the primary focus is our case investigations for communicable diseases.
Thank you for that. And looking to council to see if anybody has any questions or comments for Ms. Kelly on this item. I'll go with Councilor Henry and then
Thank
I'll
you,
circle back.
and yeah, thank you, Lori, for being here. So Or did I talk, was it Hawk
No, you're
first?
fine.
Okay, good. Sorry, I just,
It's okay.
it's the lights. It's like mood lighting in here. Anyway, so I guess maybe just holistically, we haven't talked about the new clinic in a while. How are things developing in terms of the setup of the clinic? This is a piece of it, obviously, but I know there was an urgency to get things going on 1 January, but can you walk us through the status of where we are on that?
Yes, absolutely. So as of January 1st, we have taken over all of the communicable disease investigations. So making sure that we have continuing care for those that are latent TB cases, lead case management. We are still transitioning the vaccination services, so we are waiting on a generator. So in the settlement agreement with IU Health kept the generator. We originally thought that we would be getting that with the equipment. So when that did not occur, we had to purchase one. We're waiting on that shipment, which is supposed to happen within the next week or so that I'm aware of. Once that's installed, then we'll be able to move forward with our vaccination refrigerators. So we have to obtain 5 days of temperature readings along with pictures, and then we contact the Indiana Department of Health. They come down, do a site visit. Then we're ready to go ahead and order vaccines, and we'll be able to start vaccinating in March.
So in the interim then, what just remind me what's covering our services then, because until March, I mean, I guess that's a few weeks away, but it's been, what's the stopgap? How are we covering things right now?
Sure. So Morgan County is taking referrals for vaccination services. We are still covering all of the communicable diseases, and we can provide health screenings and testing. So we are doing some testing for the public, either scheduled, we could through walk-in, but we don't have that established like open clinic space.
Have some data on how much how many cases or walk-ins Morgan County has, and how many cases we've managed in the county with the current partial setup with the current nurses for the TB.
So we, as of today, when I looked, we have 85 communicable disease case investigations that are currently open. So at the start of January, we had around 77, and we kind of fluctuated, give or few up or down at that. So 85 as of today is the highest that I've seen since January. So just trying to work with 2 current employees to make sure that we're over.
It's not a small number. Okay, so thank you for sharing that information and getting this going. Yeah.
It's been a lot, but I think that we are so fortunate that we have 2 current employees who have really just stepped up to the plate. We're meeting on a weekly basis, often more than that, just to review the cases, come up with plans for how we're going to make sure that we continue that care. So really thankful for that. Mm-hmm.
I think I saw Councilor Hawk, and then I'll circle back to Councilor Wilton Decker.
Yes, so what time of the year or month or do you schedule the vaccines at the schools, or do you do it like on some kind of a rotation basis?
So currently, IU Health has been providing those, so we have not worked out a strategy for who will be providing those ongoing services, whether IU Health will be continuing that or whether we will. We do have a school liaison, one of the public health nurse positions who will be starting later this month, and that will be one of the items that will then begin working with the schools to reestablish those connections. What services are we going to be going in and offering the schools? So that is still to be determined, but the schools do still have access.
Councilor Wiltz.
The school liaison position, can you tell me a little bit more besides the vaccinations? What else do they do within and in the schools? Sorry.
Within the schools? So they can provide, eventually once the person, of course, gets hired and trained. So
right.
Stop the bleed trainings, access to CPR trainings for staff, help to provide evaluations on is their education assistance. So right now, our maternal child health coordinator is going in and providing tobacco and vaping education to some of the schools so they can help provide some access to that, nutrition. Really, a lot of it is kind of working with the schools. What are your gaps and how can we help fill those? They check on their supplies. Are there supplies needs that we could help to fulfill for them? Outside community events, can we help provide resources for bicycle safety, food cooking demonstrations for some of the classes? That's just some of the programming that we've done kind of over the years. And making sure that their emergency response plans are up to date.
I want to go back to something that you said earlier, and if you need to get back with me on this, that's fine too. But you were talking about the average of communicable, I sometimes can't say that, communicable investigations that they do in a month, and you said we're currently at about 85, you thought?
Yes, that was where we were at when I looked earlier today.
Okay. Do you know, and if you can want to get back, or if it slows things down, no worries, but do you know what a normal average, and I hate the word normal or average related to communicable disease, do you know what a normal average is for us in a month? I do think that's a huge thing the public should just kind of have on their radar as they think about it.
I think that, just thinking off of the top of my head, we're pretty close to that, roughly. We are collecting all of our data for our annual report, so I do have that information that I could share with you. Some of it, of course, we can't share publicly, but the information that we can share, we can do that, certainly. Some of it, we have seen some increases because when the Indiana Department of Health has lost some funding, so they used to assist in some of these cases, whereas they've now put that back on local health departments. We've seen a large increase, I would say, over the past year in some of those cases. They do help, try to support us where they can, but some of that has come back to us, whereas the state had I think they were interns that were helping to manage some of that before. So I think some of it fluctuates just depending on funding.
I appreciate that greatly. Given everything, state and certainly federal, I think it's going to be more and more incumbent upon, and I'm not telling you anything you don't know, but I do want the public to hear this. I think it's going to be incumbent on people like you and our health officer, and then us thinking about that if we're not monitoring it, I don't know who is. So thank you for kind of talking about that. It's not the happy side of life, but we do those things so that others have one or a crack at it. So thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Yes, Councilor Henry.
Thank you. Just one more thing. I just want to be clear. So 1159, why this funding line, or why this fund?
This was where the funding was originally established, so we were just transferring those funds that were set aside for the IU Health contract to pay for these positions moving forward into this year. So that's the only reason. Mm-hmm.
Yes, when I looked at the 1159, it did make me, of course, more cautious because that affects all of our other funds that are in what we call the frozen levy funds. So this is just like adding someone in the county general fund. Can you tell me which fund is paying for the insurance for this individual?
I believe that was shifted into the Health First Indiana Fund.
All of the insurance for everyone was shifted into 1161? I thought it was the other way around, but
I'll look it up real quick.
Previously, in previous years, the 1159 covering the Health First Indiana insurance, and that was based on the recommendation from the Indiana Department of Health.
Well, of course, they would recommend that because it doesn't mean we would recommend it. That's where we're falling short, is how we're going to pay for the insurance, so. I would think you'd have that memorized since we've talked about it so much.
It is being paid out of 1159.
Is there not room in the 1161? Am I saying that number right? Is it 1161 for this position?
The room, is that what you're asking? It's already
I'm saying-
budgeted, it's already budgeted in 1159. You guys have already approved this position and it's appropriated already.
Well, I know, we've
yeah,
done that on budgets throughout the county, and
Right.
this is our chance to change it, which we're gonna have to change some of these things. Just because something's already been budgeted and appropriated does not mean you continue to fill it, because that's what hiring freeze means.
So we do not have in the current Health First Indiana budget any room to move the expense there. So the budget that was approved last year for 2026 for Health First Indiana, we had to take a chunk of that. And so we're paying the positions around 4 to 5 months, just a chunk of that. We're working on doing our financial reports, so then we can submit to use funding that we had left over from last year. But we do not currently have access to use those funds at this point.
Okay. Is there any other questions or comments on this item? Seeing none, I'll go to the public on this item. If there is public comment on this item, raise your hand via Teams or come to the lectern here in the Night Youth Hill room. Seeing none, may we please have a roll call vote?
Counselor Hawk,
No?
Counselor Wiltz,
Yes.
Counselor Henry,
Yes.
Counselor Deckard,
Yes.
Counselor Crossley,
Yes.
Counselor Feidel. Motion passes majority 5-1.
Okay, thank you. Next up is item D from the clerk's office.
Me, sorry. Council, I move to open for discussion and possible approval of the clerk's office request to be exempt from the hiring freeze and be allowed to hire in Fund 1000-0001, County General Clerk, a part-time phones clerk position.
Second.
We got a motion and a second, and we are joined this evening by County Clerk Nicole Brown. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, President Crossley, members of the Monroe County Council. While very respectful of the hiring freeze, am asking to replace a part-time phones clerk. We had a lovely lady who had worked in a different clerk's office in another part of the state, moved to Monroe County. She worked for a time in the public school system, and they did some cuts and let her go. So she wanted to come back to her clerk roots. The school system then realized what they lost and they hired her back. We absolutely wish her well. But in the clerk's office, we have, a multi-line phone system that is very busy. There can be lulls, but most of the time it is a very busy area where, because we have calls coming into the Justice Building for all of the different areas of the Justice Building, the courts, the prosecutor, the sheriff, people, when they don't know who to call, they call the clerk's office. So the person in this role has to have a working knowledge of pretty much every area of not only the clerk's office, but different nuances of the judges, the courts, the prosecutor's office, the sheriff. And the person in that part-time role not only covers lunches, but they can pinch hit if we have unexpected illnesses, emergencies, absences, or vacations. And I am requesting respectfully to be able to fill that role. Thank you.
Thank you. And for my other job, I know that y'all definitely get the calls, because from our office, we get them and vice versa. So
Appreciate you.
I get it. I get it. All right. That's my government nerdum of the day. All right. Checking in for council colleagues to see if anybody has any questions for Ms. Brown on this item. Councilor Wiltz.
Can you remind me how many full-time positions you have doing this kind of work? Because you're saying this one's to fill in and to cover.
Right. So there are 2 full-time people in phones and then 1 part-time. And we do utilize, we can, other duties as assigned, use the part-time in other areas, traffic, for example, to maybe answer some basic questions at the front desk, like the basic questions they would get on the phone. But ideally, 2 people are at the phones all the time because it is a multi-line, phone system. And so somebody's always calling in. I have a lot of people who live out of Monroe County. They can't get to work or something like that. And so this person is typically able to jump in and cover, as I say, the absences, the vacations, illnesses, things like that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilor Henry.
Thank you, Clerk Brown. Yeah, it's interesting. I was placing calls around the county today to different offices, and I was having different experiences with who greeted me first. There's an agency in the county that uses an automated system to, press 1 for operator, 2 for so-and-so to get you where you need to go.
I'm sorry.
There's another agency that hasn't emptied their voicemail in like a considerable amount of time, so it goes to an empty or a full inbox. So I guess my question's here, just so I understand kind of what's going on in the office. So how long has this position been open?
She just left.
Oh, just left, okay.
The school system hired her back, and I don't blame her one bit. She will now get to have her summers off. She had retired from another clerk's office, had worked there during the school year just for some extra money, and now she gets to have her summers off again. I certainly cannot blame her, but she will be sorely missed.
That's, I can feel that from you guys. It seems like a big part of the team. Do you have just data on how many calls you're getting per hour in that space? Or, I mean, you say a lot, but I'm just trying to wrap my head around, is it nonstop, or what's it feel like?
I can't tell you per hour. What I can tell you is, as you might imagine, Mondays and Fridays are the busiest because we've either been closed for the weekend or a county government holiday. Fridays, people get paid. But as I say, the person in that role, you have to know something about everything. People want to know when their court date is. People want to know how much money they owe. Various questions. We get calls for elections in the clerk's office when, as you know, the elections division is in a completely separate building. And so, there can be lulls. I certainly would never try to say that there are not. In the middle of the week, it could die down a bit, but then, as I say, that's when we use that person to maybe pinch hit with somebody who might need, some clerical help.
That was my last question was, I don't have the job description in front of me, but I'm presuming there's a line in that part-time job description that says, and other duties.
Other duties as assigned.
And you've described some of those other duties.
Absolutely.
Okay, I think that's all I have. Yeah, thank you.
Councilor Hawk, did I see her hand raised? No? Okay.
No questions.
Okay. All right. Councilor Vital.
I wonder if you can tell us how many phone lines there are that these people answer.
So I'm going to say there's 3 phone numbers that come in from the public, but of course, nearly everybody in my office has a phone, so if it comes in and a clerk can help, a deputy clerk can help, it's transferred in-house to those people. But, there are some things that need to go straight up to the court, are not in our bailiwick. Some things that would need to go. People call us you would not imagine some of the different kinds of calls we take for things that have absolutely nothing to do with what we do. So, we want very kind, compassionate people with a working knowledge of pretty much everything that goes on in the Justice Building to be able to field those calls as quickly as they can, especially on those Mondays and Fridays that I described to Councilman Henry. You're welcome.
Okay. Yes, Councilor Wiltz.
Pardon me if this was in our packet and I missed it. I'm curious, is what you have in your part-time line set as, and what you're expecting in terms of how many hours this person will work?
So, Councilor Wiltz, as you know, it's part-time is up to 28 hours. The particular person in the role that just left, she didn't need all 28 hours. I believe she worked about 5 hours a day. I have worked it depends on who applies and who's a good fit for our office. I have worked with IU students just up the road, worked around their class schedule. It just depends on who's applying and how many hours they're interested up to 28. But if you're asking if I can accommodate that 28, yes, ma'am.
That's where I was headed, yes.
Right. No other further questions? Seeing none, we will go to public comment. If there's public comment on this item, you can come forward to the lectern here in the Nat U Hill room, or you can raise your hand via Teams. And seeing none, may we please have a roll call vote?
Counselor Wiltz?
Yes.
Counselor Henry?
Yes.
Counselor Deckard?
Yes.
Counselor Crossley?
Yes.
Counselor Feidel?
Yes.
Counselor Hawk?
No.
Motion passes 5-1 majority.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. But we're going to still stick with the clerk because we got ongoing business. So 8A is where we are headed.
Okay, council, as a reminder, this item was tabled from the January 27th meeting. I move to approve the clerk's request in Fund 1215-0062 Election Fund Election Board, an additional appropriation of $221,106 in the personnel category and $21,675 in the services category for a total appropriation of $242,781.
Second.
All right. And welcome.
Good evening, President Crossley, members of the Monroe County Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this evening. 2 weeks ago, my election supervisor appeared before you in my stead regarding additional appropriations. She was to present with the chair for the Monroe County Election Board. My understanding is he was not able to end up joining her for the presentation. I would like to make clear that I was told that we were not only invited, but expected, that the council had simply been waiting for us to submit a request, and that in fact, if we could get that request in prior to 11 o'clock the next day, we would be placed on the council's agenda. And so I completed the request to be on the council's agenda with the election supervisor and chair presenting. As it stands at this time, we do not have enough in the election budget to meet the statutory minimum hours of early voting in Election Day for the 2026 non-presidential primary and the general election. Also, to be clear, all members of the election board were provided with the numbers that were not only requested, but an explanation of the shortfall. One board member was apparently confused about the format, but failed to either ask clarifying questions about the numbers received or make an appointment to review documents with the election supervisor. Regarding that allegation, the mea culpa is not on my office or staff. I received a lovely card from a voter who made public comment at last Thursday's election board meeting. I asked her if I could share a portion of her note with the council, and she said that I could. She writes, I am wondering whether members of the public might be able to raise additional funding to cover election shortfalls, whether you would accept in-kind donations of, say, printed signage for polling sites, whether people are legally allowed to volunteer their time and forego payment. In short, I want to help if it is legal and appropriate to do so. I think there are many, many people I could mobilize to help. I've never met this person, but her heartfelt correspondence resonated with me and reinforces the message that free and fair elections are not free. The more you want from elections, the more you have to be willing to pay. I absolutely have regrets that I did not request the same budget I did for the presidential elections, as my clerk siblings throughout the state did, and their councils approved their budget request. Had I done so, we would not only have the operational budget we need, but we would likely return money back into the election budget. I know that at least one member of the council is cognizant that we will have to prepare as though there will be a 100% turnout for both elections. At this point, I'm not prepared to grovel for election dollars. My staff and I stand ready to give you the elections you paid for within the parameter you've provided. But with that, my election supervisor and I are happy to respond to your questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. And I also just want to note for the record that I do see Ms. Penny Githens that is joining in the back. Since she is a part of the election board, I just wanted to acknowledge, and just in case you needed to come and speak as well, and along with Election Supervisor Kylie. Welcome. All right. Is there any questions or comments from council on this item? Yes, Councilor Hawk.
Yes. Generally, maybe everybody thinks this budget is different from every other budget, but you have dollars that's already appropriated, and generally we ask the departments to spend out of their what has been appropriated. We're not saying hire extra people because we're in a hiring freeze, but to proceed with your normal business and come back to us if things run short, if you spend more than what you've been appropriated. So maybe this is different. Have I missed something somewhere, or why would this be any different?
Thank you for your question. This is the first time that I can recall, after having presented at the budget hearings late summer, early fall, that the numbers were then sliced after I left the table for the budget hearings. So this is the first time I've had to come and say, can you please put some of that money back? I've always asked for a budget that reflected the two elections that we would be having. And I believe the auditor told you at that time that I typically return money. I'm not out spending money willy-nilly. I do what needs to be done to cover those two elections. And the cuts that were made to the budget after I left the budget table leave me, as I indicated, with not enough to meet the bare minimum, the statute minimum for the two elections. So we're going to have to come back anyway. I've met with my liaisons. They were aware, and they told us to come back. And as I say, when my election supervisor was here 2 weeks ago, I was told that she was invited, that we were expected, that they knew they had not given us enough money to run both elections, and that is why I am before you today.
I just want to make it clear to you and to the public, surely you know, that there is money in the fund to do, if you run out of money, then you come back and do an additional appropriation. But we also have to recognize we're trying not to spend that down, because every year we're supposed to be trying to grow that balance so we'll be ready for the presidential election. But to ask for whatever you feel like you need to get all the way through the full year, mercy. I mean, we have a lot of departments that like to do that. We would have just skipped budget hearings and just went, ditto on everything. So, I mean, I don't think anybody's asking you not to do your statutory duties. It's just use the money that's already been appropriated. If you run out of that money, then's the time for you to ask for more money that's left in the fund. I don't understand why it wouldn't be that way, but as you say, in the past, you've been given the kind of appropriation you needed to do the whole year, so it was kind of a shock when you didn't see the whole year. But many departments didn't get the whole year, and that's what we had to do to try to get through the budget, and we still spent way more than we should have in all of the budgets. I think we recognize that now. I just want to make sure that the public understands no one's telling you not to run a good and fair election.
And my point today, and if you happen to watch the election board meeting last week, is that elections are as critical to Monroe County's infrastructure as your highway, as your sheriff, your fire, et cetera. And so when I look at other agencies, such as my dear friend, the sheriff, who received not only what he asked for, but $155,000 in overtime to make sure that operations continue even at the end of the workday. You don't stop a homicide and say, I'm sorry, we're only, we're done working, we'll come back tomorrow. In the highway department, who between the snow bonus, regular overtime, double overtime, and stormwater received $209,540. I asked for $25,000 for 2 elections to take care of the 10 to 20 people, depending on the turnout and how busy we are. I asked for that money because otherwise they're going home at 4 o'clock. Nobody is going to leave their dinner table, leave homework time, bath time, bedtime for evenings and weekends to do the poll worker training, help with all of the things that we need to do after 4 o'clock for less than 1 hour of compensatory time per day. And you don't ask that of any other infrastructure person like the sheriff or the highway. You don't ask them to work for 40 hours of compensatory time. I certainly don't believe that that's what they got for this disrespectful weather that we just had a few weeks ago. But we're prepared, again, to give you the election you paid for.
I just wanted, I saw you had your hand up, and I just want to jump in for a second, because I really feel like to compare with the highway department and the sheriff's office, I understand where we're going with that, but I think those are like completely different things, to say that. And so I'm looking and just going, I don't know. But if we're going to compare those departments, and the comparison that I think of is when those departments, I can think of the times where those departments have used their money, and they've also come back to council and they've also said, hey, council, we're out, can you please help us? And they've made that case. And so I guess what Councilor Hawk is saying, and I bet money that all 7 of us, even though Councilor Iverson is not here, as Councilor Hawk had mentioned, and I look around and I say that I think everybody is definitely concerned and want to make sure that we, the voters of Monroe County, every single person, I have a new voter that gets to vote this year, that is able to participate and do the democratic process that we have as our right. But I don't think that it is fair to put this on council, especially because I think the biggest thing that we keep saying, and I know folks have said that they don't want us to kind of come back and forth and compare, but SEA 1 literally was the first year last year that we had to, look at how we can rob Peter to pay Paul to make sure that all things are happening. And we definitely don't want to be in that boat with you all. But I guess for me, it's a little baffling that we're here because, as it's been mentioned, and I'm sure other folks might mention this as well, and I think, to Ms. Ferris when she was here earlier, and I appreciate Ms. Ferris coming in, a couple of weeks ago and taking the questions, even though the election board president didn't show up, and I had reached out to him and had expressed that, we could bump him up, but I digress.
I didn't know that, and I'm really sorry that that happened. And
that's fine. It's neither here nor there. But the point of the matter is that I think we're all making is, if there is funds that are here, can you, because I heard you just say, like, you'll have to come back anyway. So to that point, if you have to come back anyway, then why couldn't you come back during that time frame in which, and ask for that? Because I know folks are here and they probably want to, tell us all the things about making sure that we fund this. And to those people watching and here in the Nat U Hill room, that's what we're trying to do. That's what has been expressed countless times. And we are definitely telling that to you here in person. I just wanted to make it abundantly clear that I don't want us to play chicken with the voters, and if this one doesn't balk up and then this one doesn't balk up, because in the end we're hurting voters. And all we're saying here as council is use what you have, because we're in a new era, and I hope that folks can understand that. As dismayed as folks might be, that's fine, but use what you have and then come back.
And so, Madam President, thank you for your thoughtful words. And most people in the audience, certainly not my election supervisor, who probably wasn't even born when this quote was said. Some of you may remember that there was a show and the gentleman would say, if you'll give me a hamburger today, I will gladly pay you on Tuesday. And so that's the optics that I feel. I think the optics are bad in terms of, I'm looking at my budget where there are lines that were zeroed out. I look at comparable infrastructure budgets and do not see zeros. I am saying, we will do, if that's what you want us to do, we will do what we have with the money that we've been given. It does not seem right, fair, or appropriate in this instance. And it isn't as though my liaisons did not. They started early last year telling me about the ramifications, which was why I gave myself haircuts before I ever came to you last summer, early fall. I started giving I used less of a budget than the presidential. If I had realized that, other clerks throughout the state were going ahead with and just asking for that presidential money, because it means we prepare as though every voter is going to show up in the same way they would the presidential. If I had realized that that was the trend, I would have done that, and then these haircuts would be easier to take because I would already be working with at a level that made me comfortable because it was the same as the presidential. I'm hopeful to have made that make sense. I haven't eaten today.
Of course, and I'm so sorry. I know Councilor Henry had his hand raised, and I'm feeling all the questions coming from this side as well. But in watching the election board from last week, I guess I know that you all have a special meeting this Thursday to kind of go over this very thing. And so help me to understand, because it seems to be that you'll vote on the hours this Thursday, is that correct?
Correct.
And that also has to be unanimous, is that correct?
So the hours, the statutory minimum is what will be. To extend the statutory minimum to what Monroe County has become accustomed to will take a unanimous vote.
So that's what we've been accustomed to, and that's the hours that are 8 to 6, that's right, right. And so with that being, am I understanding that there could be a potential that if we don't give you all what you're asking for right now, and you get to your meeting on Thursday, and because what we didn't give, although it's there, and you could choose to, somebody could, if you don't have a unanimous vote on the hours from 8 to 6, then it defaults back to 8 to 4? Okay. But that's where I'm saying that's a slippery slope because, again, we should not be playing chicken with things. It's like the Chicken Little scenario, the sky's falling, and it's really not. The funds are there. We're just simply asking for y'all to come back. And I think that's the bottom line that we are simply saying. I think we've heard Councilor Hawk. I'm sure other people will have the same sentiments because I heard it a couple of weeks ago. But that's the bottom. That's what it is. And I would just hate, because I've actually had to answer constituents' emails and phone calls on this very issue where we got an email about this. And it's like, I don't know what else to say except for the funds are there. And so I've just been like, well, that's where you have to go talk to the election board and figure this out, because we're saying that it's there. We're not cutting anything because it's being presented to the public that we are literally not, because of the budget cuts that we sustained for your particular budget, and we did that for other people as well, that it seems like the council will be responsible for whatever happens regarding primary day. And that's not okay to say that because we didn't give, or we didn't give what you need right now or what you are requesting for right now, that it's our fault and 8 to 6 isn't going to be a thing. And that's going to be on council, because I don't want that to happen, because that's not fair. So I'm sorry, I know everybody's coming, so I'll just go to Councilor Henry, and then I'll just go all the way down.
Thank you, Madam President. I think, and I appreciate you cutting in line. It helps to clarify a lot. No, I really appreciate you getting ahead of me on it. I have 4 points of information before I go ahead and start with some questions here. First, maybe Ms. Schell or Ms. Woodruff, could we verify the sheriff's and jail budget for last year? My understanding is we cut the budget by about $2 million during the budget process, but I just want to make sure that we're honest in the room that we did some significant cuts to the sheriff's office. Second point of information is I just want to make sure that I heard that Indiana code says there was a unanimous vote required. Mr. Cockrell, can we take a look at the code on what the unanimous vote or the vote process is for the polling locations, just to be sure? I just want to know chapter and verse where that is coming from. I just want to ask my peers before I get into other questions, because I'm sure you have your own. Was another member going to ask about overtime, because I can withhold on those questions? Ms. Wood. Okay, right. Now, I have other things I'd like to talk about. So I appreciate you coming in. I wanted to maybe walk through some things for my understanding of the public, and I agree with both my colleagues to the right and left here that we have some misapprehensions. So I just want to ask some basic questions. As of right now, your appropriation line would fund the primary. Don't worry about the general election, but the money that's in the account lines would fully fund the primary. Isn't that correct?
With reduced staffing, which would cause me great pause, we could do the statutory minimum.
Let me ask it again. I mean, the budget that we provided, and maybe Ms. Schell, we're going to need to see the budget up. If the argument was it was set at the 2024 level before the adjustments by the commissioners and the like, that was a full year we budgeted for 2 elections. Are you saying that the appropriation you have right now would not cover 1 election, the primary in full? I don't, because I'm not seeing those same numbers. I think you would probably have an election and a half right now based on what we appropriated in the fall.
So what I have is that it would cover the primary with us moving funds from different lines in order to cover the early voting costs.
That would be the in-house transfers to with
Correct.
the appropriation you have. So every other department in the county uses their account lines and they come back and ask for additional appropriations. What's different, I think, and we all agree that maybe in previous years we've done an entire or attempted to do an entire year. But that gets us to maybe the second point, and maybe this is a misapprehension. I don't agree that a reversion is savings to the county. A reversion is encumbered money that has been captured by the department for future use, in-house transfers, moving things around. What's being described as a give back is not a give back. It's money that was basically over appropriated and not used in that cycle. And to Councilor Hawk's point, it's what we use to bank up to the 4-year presidential based on a long history of Councilor Hawk being here and building that fund. So that to me, I just want to be clear that if the public's listening to this and thinking that there's $250,000 that moves back every year, which is about what it was, right? I mean, we're talking 6 figures that moves back from the clerk's office to the election fund. That reversion is not savings; it's over appropriation. Now, I understand that, and I'll give you a chance to reply to that. Is that it's if I'm taking at face value the idea that you're planning for the maximum election each time,
Yes.
and we're not using that proceeds and it comes back to the fund. I mean, that's one way to look at it, but in no year have we actually hit the ceiling on a full election cycle. That money keeps coming back to the election fund for the following. President Crossley put it right. I mean, it's Senate Bill 1 that's driving us to being incredibly scrutinizing of how we're using funds in the future, including saving up for the presidential year in 28 that we have to start thinking about. So I think those are just, I want to get that on the table. I want to talk about this budget here because in October, as a liaison, we did talk about the fact that, and I agree to this, and we've conceded it in public, that when we did the budgeting, we didn't account for the commissioners' raises, to the adjustments between the primary and the general election in 2024. So when we budgeted, we knew that was shorted a little bit, and that's what I thought we were fixing. At the time, we talked about, I'm going to talk about absentee workers A, B, and C here, because this is what came up in the last meeting. We talked about some October numbers for early voting, 28 days, the regular EV hours at a deficit of 68,880, which is in our packet for tonight. Absentee worker B, when we talked about it in person back in October, we saw a regular EV hours at a $32,400 deficit. Tonight we see a budget number of $41,300 for that line. Absentee C, when you and I sat down in October with staff, was a deficit of $24,432. Tonight we see absentee C at $49,416. In our last meeting, we had asked to understand this change because this is really important. I mean, absentee C is almost a $25,000 difference from what we thought we were going to fix in October. And so when I look at that and say, these are 20 to 100% increases in account lines, this is way more than what the commissioners approved in their adjustment. Can you help me understand just those 3 account lines and why they're, especially B and C, are off by $8,900 and $24,993 respectively?
So on ABSB, there was originally just travel board that was accounted for that line. It was then determined that reconcilers who also work during early voting should have been included into that pay line. So their total payments would be coming out of that line as well. For them running a regular election with the 8 to 6, it would be $15,600 to cover them.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, are we talking about funding for the primary at this point or the entire election?
That is for the entire election.
Okay.
If it was for just the primary, it'd be an additional $5,200.
And absentee C?
Absentee C, I believe it was the absentee leads in the back office that were left off of that one. Those are the individuals who are in our office starting in March, and they are the ones that process all of the absentee by mail military overseas. They also have their time that had to be added in, but the leads from early voting, they also do the recruiting for the poll workers on that. So there was an additional 50 hours added to their pay in order to cover them for what they do.
So I just got the time. I want to make sure I got the timeline right. So we went through the budget process in October.
Yep.
None of that was accounted for in October.
No.
we went ahead and made cuts, as we've made cuts all over the county to try to account for future spending. We had a conversation in October about adjustments, and then we now have an additional adjustment. Is
So
that
in
a fair way?
between the conversation that we had with you and Peter Iverson is when these were found. Peter Iverson and a commissioner received these numbers, and these are the exact same numbers that the election board received in November.
The numbers in our packet are the ones I just read out that were from our conversation.
In the packet, that is not from our conversation.
So somewhere between October and last meeting, we ended up with these increases, none of which was accounted for in the budget in September. Okay. Well, that's a lot. I'll turn it over down the line here. I'm sure there's more to talk about, but yeah. Okay.
All right. Counselor Deckard?
Thank you very much for coming in here, and I want to thank the election supervisor for taking my call earlier. I had some questions for her. And Clerk, I want to commend her to you and her passion for professionalization in that office because she cares about her job.
Yes,
And we don't always see that in everything in public service. If we saw it at every level, we'd be in much better shape here. Here's where I'm worried about all this. I'm worried that we are having a fight that is putting the voter at jeopardy and we may not actually be that far apart on anything at all. And if there's anything in public service that puts me through the top of the rotunda in any building, and I've watched it for 20 some odd years, is something that gets the public perhaps unnecessarily alarmed. And probably on our side and all sides, there's a little bit of this that has done this. But if I'm looking at what I'm looking at, and I know that made a lot of sense, but if I'm looking at this, we could fund the traditional primary now with a little bit of that and a little bit of this, just like every other department above me, below me, and across this county campus does. We could fund that primary just as normal in what will be a robust year. If I had to bet my mortgage, I would say we will have voters of every political stripe coming out for various reasons, and they'll all think they're right, which means they're going to be lined up and determined. But we could fund that now, and then I'm trying to figure out when our first meeting is in June, but we could literally, late May, we could come off the May primary, come back in late May, early June and say, okay, now where are these dollars kind of following? I know you have some after kind of action. Where are the dollars falling? How do we have a robust fall in the same way we had a robust May? What I've never heard one counselor say up here is I'm against a robust primary and a robust fall as the voters and values demand it. What I am hearing is our financial situation means we've got to watch everything and talk about it and hope that somewhere in that between the primary and the fall, you save us $20 and make us all look good, but we don't sacrifice all the folks that are, pardon me, pissed off or happy for whatever variety of reason when they look at federal, state, or local headlines. I think it's as easy as that, friends. I think we could calm this. I think we could do this. I don't think we have to take too much of time to do it. I know that it means a little bit of this and a little bit of that on the ledger of the election supervisor, but I think that would go a long way to calming this, because I always have people that come up and they're like, why do you want to cut elections? And I'll say, I spent 4.5 years as our state election director, bipartisan. I want nothing to do with that. Show me who's doing that. And they're saying, well, that's you, Deckard. And I'm like, no, that's not me. So I think we could calm this down, bring this back, have a robust primary. There is no reason we can't do that and not discourage things from happening, and then just do what we always do. Kate and I, when we were in council leadership, we were in here at some ungodly hour for the fall election, dealing with those levels, ABS A, B, and C, trying to get a classification because there were some HR, employee services had something. But we were doing that and we got through that. I just think that this is doable. I think this could calm it, and you get a robust primary. We get a robust fall. You get a robust fall. Voters of every stripe get what they want, and then down the road we go.
Councilor Deckard, first, thank you, my dear friend, Councilor Deckard. I think the world of you, and yes, I rely on the fact that you do have the bird's eye view of what we are facing with respect to election. You know, compromise means that nobody gets everything that they want, and I certainly am open and have an open heart to compromise. And so I get if tonight it gives you heartburn for the entire amount of appropriations that we've asked for. I get that, but also in good faith, I would ask that you consider some of the lines, and then that way we will be back. We will be back, but it would help me to feel better about a more robust primary to get some of this. So if we could agree on some lines that you're willing to appropriate, it doesn't have to amount to the 242,781, but then good faith on both sides. Is that fair?
I'll let others comment. I'm open to anything, but what I'm not open to is not having a robust primary or a robust fall.
And as a Democratic clerk, I don't want to give you a less than robust, you know, I mean, it's one of those, you know, we got to live within our means. Everybody has to, but we want more. If you want a limousine for the primary and the general, you're going to have to give me a little bit of limousine money. Otherwise, we rolling up Pinto, sir.
But they take car payments for that limo too.
Okay, well, I'm coming back to ask you if you will work with me and finance at a lower rate than we might have otherwise came here intending, then I will be back to upgrade the car later with a little bit more money. Is that fair, Counselor?
I think it's fair.
Yeah.
But I'm only one of some.
Yeah. So we're gonna go down the line, or as we're
Madam
talking.
President, I just have a point of information.
Yes.
I just want to maybe get back to the data for a second. Did the desk, were they able to get the information I asked for earlier? Mr. Cockrell, you have the Indiana code that we were talking about?
I think we were talking about Indiana Code 311.10.26.3, establishment of satellite offices. And in that, it indicates that in E2B, it includes if a resolution is adopted under this section for a primary election, and that is establishing a satellite voting site, the board may, by unanimous vote of the board's entire membership, amend the resolution to modify for subsequent general or municipal elections the location of the satellite office and the hours at which absentee voting may occur at the satellite office. So I think that's where we're at.
And we also spoke with our good friend Matt Kochivar to make sure that I would never come here and speak out of turn. It would be the 8-4 unless by unanimous vote of the election board, we voted to extend the hours.
If I may, Madam
So
President.
they're referring to the satellite office that, you know, early voting is a satellite office, and it functions under the hours of the clerk, which are 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. That's where we are.
So understand you still have a point of order.
Yeah, I just wanted to actually a point of clarification on this
that's
now.
it.
So that's not what the code says. It doesn't say shall. It doesn't say that the hours shall be the same. That's not what you just read.
Got it pulled up.
Yeah, but I didn't hear the word shall. I mean, that would infer that there's opportunity to adjust the hours. I'm no lawyer, but that's why I'm asking you.
It says the board may, by unanimous vote of the entire membership, amend the resolution to modify for subsequent general municipal elections the hours. And I think above that, in section C, it says a resolution adopted under this section. So what I just read was modification. This is a resolution adopted under the section. A resolution must be adopted by unanimous vote of the entire membership of the board. A resolution adopted under the section must do the following: state the locations of the satellite offices, state the hours at which absentee voting may occur at the satellite office.
The only other point of clarification, information earlier was just the clerk's or the sheriff's budget. Did we get that number pulled up? I know it's almost pedantic, but we did suggest that there was no cut in that budget. I just want to make sure it's in there for the record.
That budget was cut. Getting an exact answer is a little hard because there were so many changes, but whenever I look at the levy fund locations, that $2 million does seem accurate.
Fair, thank you.
Is that it for your point of clarification?
Yeah, I'm
to
good.
feel
Thank you.
satisfied?
Thank you, Madam
Okay,
President. Yeah.
all right, appreciate that. All right, Councilor Wiltz.
Thank you. I feel like my colleagues have made a lot of good points, and Councilor Deckard, in the spirit of working together to get what I think we all want, kind of hit that home. I want to be very clear that I do not see anything about what we are doing as underfunding our primary. You have all of our, if I may, support to run your election as robustly as you have in the past and always do, because you run great elections. So, I mean,
I have a great team.
yeah, we are not saying back off of the quality. What we are saying is we have to be watching every penny. And if we can give you enough to get by for the primary so that we can look at how that money was spent and really take a close look at what's needed, that will help us be more accountable to the public as well as ourselves. We took a look at 2024, 2025, up to a point. We looked at how the spending in all of the departments was. Budgeting, expenditures, reversions. We took looks at all of that across all kinds of different things, and we had down to the micro level what was an outlier in expense for that particular year. What was the trend? We looked for hours at everybody's budget, and when we made cuts, it was not out of any favoritism or to punish any one office over another. I can promise you we're really trying to be fair. The couple of departments that you've referenced that have large overtime for their employees have representation. They have union representation, negotiated amounts that they get, and good for them for that.
Sure, and I want to be very clear for my dear friend, the sheriff, and for the head of the highway department. I do not one bit begrudge what they have. I asked for a small fraction of what they were given in overtime. This money doesn't go into Nicole Brown's home. Nicole Brown gets money out of a totally different budget. This is to make sure that my staff has what they need, and it's 10 to 20 people, depending on, things can change on a dime. I can think we have enough people, something comes up and we have better than expected turnout, and we've got to maneuver and get people in place and everything. And I just want to feel comfortable. I am not asking anybody to rob a bank. I am asking for enough money to feel comfortable that we don't have to come back here before June 1st. And so, in the spirit of compromise, and because I consider you all to be, incredibly capable people as far as what the budget is going, I regret, again, that I didn't ask for presidential money, because I think I would feel better with what I was dealing with if I had that. Some of my clerk brothers and sisters did that, and the council overwhelmingly approved it for the same.
I don't think we would have, so don't regret anything. Okay. That would not have changed the way we made our decision.
But I'm saying the haircuts that I would have taken still would have left enough.
I don't know about that.
Money that
we were basing it on looking at the trends and the individual expenses. I promise you, we were looking at overtime and who got that overtime payment on your staff. And we've got lots of information. We want to see you making an effort to just make smart decisions. And I trust that you will do that. You have the money to pay people what they deserve to do the work that you need done. I would suggest looking at comp time as an option in addition to overtime. I recognize that, because I've read some of what was said in the election board meeting I wasn't able to attend. I know that that's a point of contention. But
and we do use I don't want you to feel like they don't accrue overtime, because you have to get from that 35 to 40 hours. The limits were put on the compensatory time, and I can tell you right now, you correct me if I do not have one person that is normally someone we can count on to their having worked in elections before, having the skill set to help us get through this very busy time, they are not going to give up evenings, bedtime, bath time, weekends for less than 1 hour. We got 60 days ahead of the election where we're getting ready, and including that 28 days of early voting with the 2 Saturdays and then election day. So 60 days, I took algebra twice, but I can kind of do enough of math to balance the checkbook. 60 days, 40 compensatory hours before you start getting the nasty grams from the courthouse. They are not going to work for less than 1 hour of compensatory time a day, 12 to 16 hours. They're not. So I'm saying I'm open to compromise. I'm saying I get that it's not palatable for the amount requested. I'm asking, can we do something today so that we each leave feeling like we won a little bit of something? And if that's not where we are, that just disheartens me.
I'm not opposed to looking at partial, just in good faith. I'm not opposed to that. I do think that there's some mischaracterization on how comp time could help your office's situation. I mean, once they get to 40 hours, they do get the time and a half comp time. So that is accruing at a higher rate than just 1 for 1 hour. And then you have the summer where people can spend down that comp time, and then they can build it back up. And I get that might not sound like your delightful banker's hours kind of job. That's not what any of us have signed up for.
Councilor Vital, I think you had your hand.
So I think this is, for me, what I'm hearing a lot of, and it feels like this is a timing issue. So you've got a proposal here, you want this much money, but I also hear that this much money will fund both elections. Am I under that?
I'm sorry.
Will this much money you're asking for fund both elections?
I thought we talked about we might have to come back.
So the money that we have asked for would fund both elections with us transferring in-house.
So I really want to know what it would cost to run the primary. Can you give us a number? Of these numbers you've given us, what's it going to cost to pull off the primary?
I am not comfortable giving a number.
Or a range. Is there a range? Is there a range between X and X? Do you have a range? You could lowball it, and what would be the maximum you think you would spend for the primary? I want to fund it. I used to be the League of Women Voters Voter Service Chair. I want to fund it. But I need the numbers. I think most of us need the numbers.
Please give me a moment.
That's fine.
I am going to suggest 600,000, maybe a little less. But I expect to have to to prepare for it. Some of it, I'm not gonna lie, would be waste. We have to print 100% Democrat ballots, 100% Republican ballots. We have to act as though, and staff as though 100% are going to. We've made the cuts. The general, of course, a lot of people don't like to vote in the primary. The general, of course, will be, you're asking for even more robust. So to give you the election that you want. And obviously, if I'm wrong, you asked me for this number. I gave you what I think today. If I'm wrong, we're going to have to do exactly what you said, which is, hey, we did not realize, and we did not realize that this many people were going to line up. You know, we were more than a little surprised during the presidential when an average of 1,000 voters showed up every day of early voting. We are watching the news just like I'm sure you are, looking at the trends, seeing what's going, and people are turning out, and they are voting, and they are sending a message. And so we need to be prepared. The primary could be a total bust, and I could be back here saying, I'm so sorry. I didn't know it was only going to be 2 people voting in the primary. You know, but right now, for me to feel comfortable as the person who has to sign at the bottom line of the election, I want to prepare for the better than expected turnout trends. And so I am prepared to compromise with you tonight. If you're prepared to work with me, I'm prepared to work with you. If not, we can move forward.
So
I'm not trying to take up your evening.
Councilor Henry's point about the money in the fund now, is there enough money in the fund now to perform the primary election?
We do not have money in the overtime line. And again, we're talking 10 to, would you say 10 to 15? Would you say?
So 2024, we had 10 individuals who occurred overtime from that entire election cycle, and it was a total of $20,603. Me, honestly, the one thing that I am worried about is making sure that we have this overtime in the line for the individuals in the office who are able to occur this, which are 3 people in my office right now. The other individuals are from the clerk's office who come down to help mostly on election day. But I mean, myself, I'm okay with if we dropped it down to 10,000. For now, yes.
Let me ask a practice question here on how the county operates. I've been here a year, right? Not forever. I know that. But I have a question. So let's say the clerk's office or any department overspends what it is they need to do, and they owe something, and they come back and do council. We can pay that. Is that not right?
We have to.
Right, exactly. Say that again?
You can't spend more than what you've appropriated.
Okay, so we're not doing that. So we
Right.
don't do that. We have a practice of that.
Correct.
Okay,
I mean,
thank you.
so,
I want to know how that
that's
works.
why we have them do in-house transfers or category transfers.
Okay, so would there be money to do an in-house transfer?
Yes,
that's what we're. Okay.
that's what they have. Right now in their election fund, that I pulled up for today, right now, the unexpended amount in the election fund, which is 1215, they have, 1,355,620.
We're running a primary election with that. This primary election with that, upcoming.
The only thing that so they can do in-house transfers and category transfers. If you want them to be able to have overtime, because we have that resolution, you would have to approve this department to be able to transfer in a certain amount of money. So yes, within their budgets, they have plenty of money to be able to transfer.
Thank you.
But to that regard, again, it has to be like, in good faith, it has to be used. And then if there is the transfer that is needed and we have that freeze on the overtime, that's when council can come, that's when the ask is to come back to council.
Right, so
Okay.
if they've used everything that they used this entire, let's just say $1,355 or $355,000 in primary, they have to come back and get that exact amount for the general fund.
So I would think that's the compromise right there. Is like, I think that, like, that's the compromise is, again, it's in there.
You didn't even leave me $1 in there so that I could move there.
But I think and I wrote this down because I kind of wanted to go back to kind of reiterate what Councilor Wiltz was saying. I think, again, as we went through with the fine-tooth comb for everybody's budget, and including yours, I think the idea and the intent was to see what we are spending. I know that the idea is the fact that, you know, if we didn't spend it and it went back into reversions, that to me tells me that we need to look at how we are spending and try to finesse so that in this day and age after SCA 1, that we are really truly spending what we are needing at the time there. So again, that was the idea and the intent of us doing that, is to look at the trends, to figure out what is spent. And as it was mentioned so many different times tonight and back at, the budget hearings, is to come back for those additional appropriations. And so I understand that you're looking for a compromise, but I think we just heard it with what Michelle was saying in terms of, which was the question that Councilor Fido had brought up. You use what you got. You got a lot. You said 600,000, and you got over $1 million as of like what is needed right now. You use that money, and then if there is an opportunity, because that resolution, like, again, we put that in there or the freeze in there to really kind of put a stop to using that, then you come back to us and then you say, after the transfers, can I transfer to this? And as it has been said so many times tonight, like, we are asking for you to use it and then come back. That's it. So I'd like to think that that is the compromise that we are saying. Nobody is saying no. At least I've not heard any of us say no. I think the idea is use what you have, use in-house transfers as so many other departments have, and let's try to come back. That's it.
So to be clear, Madam President, we can move money into the overtime line to take care of the staff.
We can't because of the freeze. Like, we have to approve that in its entirety. What we're saying is use what you have, and if there is a necessary for that, then just as you all have come to us previously with the hiring freeze exemption, that is something that you could possibly come back to and talk to us about. That's what we're saying.
So you would be paying overtime out of the regular salary line if you chose to do that? And
Sorry.
no? Okay, so how in the world would she do overtime without coming to us first?
Wouldn't be able to. That's why it's written the way it is.
Yeah.
Right.
So
It would be comp time, and then
it would only be comp time?
yes.
It would only be comp time. They could come back. What we've done in the past, but we haven't done it for a long time, was when somebody accumulated a large amount of comp time, it got paid out, okay? But if you want them to get it right now during this process, you would have to approve them being able to transfer money in. But it cannot be paid out of the same line. They have their salary line, and then they have an overtime line.
Is there any problem, I'm looking at the attorney in the room, is there any concern around going forward with the understanding that we may need to pay out comp time that was awarded? Like, without, because I'm familiar with that process when a job is, someone leaves a job, but I'm not familiar with it in the middle of
I think our policies say you get comp time, right? You earn comp time if you work over 35 hours and you're a 35-hour employee, you get hour per hour to 40, and then anything over 40, you get time and a half, because that is federal law, right? So I guess I want to be careful because there is an upper limit, right? I think it's like 320 hours or something like that. If you get over 320 hours, you have to pay it out, right? Because the feds say you are supposed to go above that. And we've ran into that in the past, but we haven't in a long time. So absent that caveat, I think you could put it into a comp time, and then they could come and ask you to pay it out. There's nothing illegal with that. That would fit with all our policies and the code.
I just want to say for reference, I'm currently sitting at 49.30 in my comp time, and in 2024, I accrued 287.28 hours of overtime. This is where, we need to know where that threshold's going to be of where the payout's going to be, because I have 2 individuals who are full-time in my office currently, and they're estimated to get about 60 hours of overtime next year. Well, not next year, this year, sorry. Right now, we had the moving companies in the office until 7 p.m. Monday, and I was the only one there because none of them wanted the comp time, that they are only able to get 1 hour per week, 1 hour per day for the week to meet that 40. After that, they're expecting to be able to get their overtime that they're not going to be able to now.
But they get comp time. They get time and a half.
Correct, but
after 40.
yeah, but for us, between the primary and the general election, the close of the primary and the beginning of the general, there's very minimum time, and with there only being 3 individuals in my office who are full-time, it's hard for us to delegate weeks of being able to be off, especially in an election that could be bigger than what we're expecting.
Councilor Henry.
Thank you. I appreciate everyone's energy here. There's a lot of line items to work through. It's part of the discussion. I have a question for Mr. Cockrell. So Fair Labor Standards Act, the appropriate use of overtime, is it meant to be a subsidy or a compensation for salary, or is it meant to be paid for hours that are performed? How does that work usually?
Well, unless you're an exempt employee, you're not exempt employee, you're not exempt from the Fair Labor Standards Act. Overtime is every hour after 40 hours you work in a week, you get paid 1.5 times your salary. And that is to compensate you for working over, and it's really to incentivize your employer for not making you work over 40 hours, right? Because that's how we've determined is a standard work week, and we want to keep that standard work week. So I guess the answer is if it's over 40 hours, you're compensating them at time and a half, 1, because they're working over a standard work week, and 2, as an incentive to keep you from having people work over a standard work week. So it's there for both reasons.
Well, I appreciate that, because one of the challenges why we're talking about this line is that during the budget cycle, it was suggested in the room that overtime is being used for something other than that, it was a sort of addition to salary. And I think, and I don't want to speak for other counselors, but I know that's why I think holistically overtime around the whole county was looked at that point, to make sure that if we have structural problems with the job classification and we have department heads that are using overtime as a means to sort of bump up the salary, that's just not how overtime works. And that's part of the challenge we're having with this particular line item. But thank you for the clarification.
Yes.
I do want to clarify, the ordinance says that only certain departments are exempt from the ability to get overtime. So if you were to offer overtime to the clerk's office, you would have to amend that resolution to then mirror what the actions are.
Okay. Is there any other questions or comments from council? I think we have exhausted all. Sorry, Councilor Hall.
Right. Maybe it just doesn't work for your staff, but instead of cutting the hours from 8 to 4, we have to remember we're not doing it just to be easy on employees. We have to remember we're doing this for the public, and not all public's going to be available to come in for early voting before 4. I mean, not everyone's retired. So I would suggest that your office hours should just be different, or split up the ones who are going to stay over. Instead, or do something, just like you would do with any other budget. If you got to figure out how you're going to cover somebody until 6 o'clock so that voters can actually get in there to vote, that's the point, then rotate who's going to stay until 6 or something of the sort. But do whatever you have to do to make this work. And I think that there's a lot of concern that you will leave here and say to the public, oh, we can't have this election the way we wanted because they won't give us the money. I mean, that's what's in your minds, folks. I'm a mind reader. And that's just not the way it is. The money is there. All you have to do is come when you're out of money of your appropriations and get another appropriation, just like every other department in this county. And you've been here long enough, you know how the budgets are supposed to work. Now, I'm not saying that about you because you're fairly new to this, but you're going to catch on.
Marty, I just want to add on to what you had said. We have been told that we should try to alternate of who's going to be where and when. The only issue with that is it has to be a bipartisan team. We have to have a bipartisan team at all times, especially when we're handling the ballots at the end of the election. At the end of each day, especially at the end of the election. But if I only have 2 full-time employees, if I'm alternating those 2, that means I'm 1 short on either the D side or the R side. It's 2 full-time, myself, and 2 part-time. My part-time employees, they are there to help prep and get everything ready for election day, and they are very busy within that time frame of them being there, that some days there's not enough time to get done their tasks for that day, that I'm the one that's stepping in and finishing up those tasks, or one of my full-time employees is helping with that task until they're needed over at early voting. I also do want to say that there was many of times that I would stay instead so that they could go home and be with their families. But also there was some instances where we were at the early voting location way past 6 o'clock because we were counting up the ballots, and say, for instance, 2 or 3 of them got stuck together. We have to make sure every single ballot from that day is accounted for before we can leave. So that's just one of those moments where we're not wanting to use overtime as a way to make up for the money that we're not getting. Like, I could use me for example. The next highest paid, I'm the lowest paid election supervisor in the state. The next one makes $15,000 more than I do. I could be using that as an example. I could be using that as this is why we need overtime, but instead it's to ensure that everything is being done transparently and legally. That's where I'm at, and that's where overtime has came into effect. That's why my 2 full-time people only one occurred 59 hours and the other one occurred 57 hours in 2024 for the whole election. Where me, I was at 287, but that's also, we have training that has to be taken care of on weekends and at nights. That's my overtime of the month of March, the month of February, trying to get everything prepared and ready. I mean, trust me, I have 2 kids at home. I want to be with them, but.
I know this is going on long, but I think you just triggered something I just need to ask. So when I hear all that, my contracting life, and I don't want to go on about biographies. I know that we do that up here sometimes, but I worked on contracts where I had to figure out full-time employees and then how, like, at what point is 1.25, 1.5, 1.75 somebody a new person that you hire? Are you taking on responsibilities that are typically reserved for the voter registration director as to why your hours are over? Because we have that position as well. And I guess my question is, and that Clerk Brown, that's a question to you because you wear two hats in this county. And it's important for us to understand that if that second hat of voter registration director, if those hours are not, if we're not using that FTE's time, and we've got 3 employees that are overburdened and underpaid from what I'm hearing, I just need to understand how that office is running, because that's really, because somewhere we're losing a human that should be an FTE
We
somewhere.
are losing.
If we have that many hours of overtime being conducted by 3 personnel.
We are losing a human, and the people who work in Kylie's position also have an assistant in other parts of the state. We have tried to come to PAC and get an assistant for the election supervisor, and to no avail. In addition to the money, as she say, being the lowest paid in the state, we've tried to, I know that you recall my efforts to try and get more money for the election supervisor. We also tried to get her an assistant because that's what's done to keep all of this going and have that extra human.
With all due respect, that wasn't my question. I asked about your second hat that you wear as an employee of the county as the voter registration director, of which you're compensated above your elected clerk salary. So my question is, in that role, those hours, are they being conducted by staff to cover for time that's not spent in the county? And that's what I'm trying to, because this is a lot of person. Kylie, I will say this, and I'm getting a little emotional because I've been a county employee, and there's nothing worse than having your salary laid bare in this room. Okay, so I just want to honor that. But this is a serious question because we've identified a person and a half here that in all this conversation that I can't figure out where that human is. So respectfully, is that voter registration director role, is that work being delegated down to personnel to conduct that activity in your office?
The voter registration role, no. Election, yes. She's out of elections.
I think I'll leave it hang in the air from there, but thank you, Madam President.
And I guess all of this kind of triggered one more question that I had for that, and then I'll look to see if other people had any. Because I hear, I'm hearing what you were saying, Kylie, but I guess also thinking about my 8 to 5 job and thinking about if other people aren't available and we kind of get bare bones in the office, is there a way, and I mean this in no disrespect, is there a time where you, Clerk Brown, fill in for that office since they only have 3? Because I feel like I hear what she's saying, and I've seen the other 2, employees, and when things happen and, she has her back against the wall and trying to do everything, and y'all just moved offices yesterday, right? And so working and, you're giving time off to other people and you're staying late, but then you have little people at home too. And so that's where I would hope that somebody is helping to fill in for you as well. So I guess my ask is there other people that can come down and help with the situation? Because it sounds like she needs help.
And that absolutely happens. And typically the chief deputy, we kind of divide and conquer, and the chief deputy will go down and help with elections where I am more in the office. But I also do send staff from my office to help take some of the load off of the people who are working down. Are you okay? Who are working down there.
All right. Councilor Decker.
I just want to say, there's a point where the budget shark helps the county, and then the budget shark might start eating the people, and I don't know where we're at, but I want to get us to a little bit of a resolution if we can. And I say this as a kid who sat inside the Justice Building at the bottom of a desk while my mom did anything she could to get transcript money and overtime, and then sometimes she took on things that really were beyond it. I'm always sensitive to our discussions here about overtime that at times can get a little bit casual for the reality and the experience and little ones at home or little ones at a desk or what have you. And so with that in mind, council, I do think that I think we've heard a lot. There's a lot to process. We've talked a lot about how does that office work through that, but I do think that I will offer a motion that in that line 17101 on overtime, that an amount of $10,000 be inserted and that legal direct resolutions and anything else that needs to be addressed with that. I'll offer that motion.
I'm open to an amended version of that motion. How do can I second and then offer to amend, or do I?
Wouldn't second it, and then you would just make another amendment. And I didn't hear a second.
I'm seconding it then, and then
Okay.
I'll make an amendment.
Okay.
I second it. I would like to amend that to a total of $5,000.
Or you can do a friendly amendment to.
I'll accept the amendment.
I meant it as a friendly thing.
So we got a motion and a second to make and open up the line item for overtime for $5,000. Counselor Hawk?
Well, I thought I heard her say so I thought she meant the bottom line was going to be 5,000.
The overtime line.
line.
Yeah, and none of the other stuff is on the table right now.
It's different. Yeah.
So.
And so do we know what you project 1/2 of the year is supposed to be 12,500?
Can you repeat that? Sorry.
What?
Can you repeat that? I didn't hear you. Sorry.
Okay. Well, the overtime line they're asking for is for 25,000, and they've told us this is for a full year. So one would think that 1/2 year would be 1/2 of that, right? And so what has she already been budgeted? Nothing? What has she been budgeted for overtime?
Zero for now.
Zero. So, okay, so you're saying 5. I mean, I'll go along with that. I just wanted to make sure we weren't doing 5 on top of another 10 or 15. Okay.
Okay. So anybody else have any other questions to the amendment of 5,000?
May I just
Go ahead.
say one thing?
Yeah.
I fully expect that comp time will be utilized, and then we can talk about that. Our meeting in June, I believe, is June 9th. So let's plan to hear maybe even just a debrief from you. You can come in a department update as we then, talk about what's happening. And if you need an agenda item where you make a request, that's fine too. But this allows you to have some leeway with the overtime line.
I never want it to come across that we do not utilize comp time. We do. We can't just utilize comp time and expect people to be good. In fact, they've shared that they are not and would not be good with that.
I also want to add that in June, I will come back in June to give an update, but we also will be moving to the permanent location in June. So that's another place that we're seeing some of the overtime as well, is with trying to get things back in order for the office to be ready and be prepared for this primary election that we have coming up very quickly. Even being informed just last week at the election board meeting that we may or may not have the space for the public review of the ballots and might have to have it actually in this exact room, which not sure how that will look or go. But as always, my office is constantly trying to make things work with what we have. And there's just a point in time that it comes to we can't anymore. So, thank you.
Okay. So any other final questions or comments on this amendment?
I have a final comment.
Yes, go ahead.
I just want you to know that I believe that you have a great staff. Monroe County is very fortunate to have a great staff there.
I agree.
And so one would not want you to think or the public to think that you're not appreciated. We're just trying to figure out a way that the budget works for you, just like it's going to have to work for all of the departments. you were not used to having been cut before because, oh, county hadn't done a good job of doing any budget cuts for years because we didn't have to. We have to now.
Agreed. Okay. Any other final comments? All right, Counselor Decker.
I'll be quick. I just want to thank, again, the passion towards the election administration that goes on in that office. And again, I share that on this end as we go door to door, or not door to door, we go hand in hand towards finding the doorknob in a dark room. And we'll get there. We'll stay in touch on that, and let's move forward with this. Keep talking, adjust as necessary, whatever that might be, and we'll get there together.
All right, thank you. All right, so I'll go to public comment on this item. This is only for the amendment on the floor, which we heard. So again, if you have public comment, you can come forward to the lectern here in the Nat U Hill room. You'll have up to 3 minutes, and then just state your name. And we will go to the lectern here. Welcome.
Good evening, Lisa Ridge, Highway Director. I just wanted to correct a couple statements that were made. Our guys would have loved it if they would have received over $200,000 in overtime. That is inaccurate. When I gave a storm report and gave out the numbers, I believe it was $297,000 for the total event. That's materials, that's equipment, that's gasoline, that's repairs, that's overtime, and it's double time. There is no snowplow bonus paid for that event. The guys have a contract. They are paid in the month of April, $1,300. That is for being on call 24/7 from December 1st to March 31st. That's 4 months. And they get $1,300 for doing that in the month of April. So it is not, they were not paid a snowplow bonus for one storm event. They were not paid over $200,000 in overtime and double time. They would have loved it, and they earn it. They work hard for it. But that's not how our budget works.
They put their lives at risk for it.
Thank you very much. All right, it looks like we have an individual who has a phone number with their hand raised. Again, we'll ask that you state your name for the record. Well, unmute yourself first. State your name for the record, and you'll have up to 3 minutes. Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please state your name for the record, and you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Garrett Figg, and I'm a clerk's office employee. Just watching live, and I just wanted to say, with the comp time thing versus overtime, with comp time, I think one of the latest things that I believe the council had done, they put a cap with the 40 hours, and if you go over 40 hours, you can't use any other time until that's back under a 40-hour thing. And I just felt that that's a bit constricting when it comes to being able to like use a sick day or use some of your personal time. You would have to use comp time. And in the event that you left the county or got let go from the county, you would lose all that personal/sick time and only be able to take your comp and vacation. So obviously overtime is much better and comp time's great. It's just one of those things in the meantime. I just wanted to say that just in support, and I really appreciate your guys' time and everything you do, and obviously the clerk and everything the elections do as well. So thank you all so much for your time.
Thank you. All right. Is there any other comments from the gallery here regarding the amendment to add the $5,000 for overtime, either here in the Nat U Hill room or via Teams? Raise your hand via Teams. And seeing none, we can do a voice vote for this amendment, correct? Yeah. Okay.
The amendment, yes.
Okay. So all those in favor of voting to approve the $5,000 in overtime signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Okay, motion carries. Okay, so coming back to the overall conversation here, is there any last minute conversation or questions or comments from council on this item? Yes, Councilor Fido.
Considering we just heard some discussion about the comp time, I wonder if somebody could reread the policy we have on comp time for the county. Is that possible?
I'm not sure I'm going to reread it because I'd have to find it, but I think he's essentially correct. You can, or after you earn over 40 hours of comp time, you're required to use that before you can use any other benefit time, I think with the exception of bereavement. So it's a way to, what I said, we no longer have people with over 300 hours anymore. That's one of the big reasons is how we manage that situation. So he is correct that if once you get over 40 hours, you have to use that time prior to using any other benefit time. That's in our personnel policy. That's the Board of Judges, County Commissioners, prosecutor who approved that.
All right, any other comments before we go to the public on the overall conversation here? All right, yeah, okay. I'll go Decker and then Wilton, then we'll move on to.
Two things I've heard this evening is the overall. We had the original overall motion. We had the amendment to approve the overtime, but they don't seem to be sitting in congruence with kind of what has been discussed, which is this notion that we go robust primary May as normal, and in late May, June, around the relocation, come back and figure out fall for amount needed. And so I think that's got to get reconciled here so that we're not doing something weird or incongruent with where we've been or where we're trying to go with all this.
Councilor Wiltz.
So I would like to make a motion to zero out all the lines in the original request except for 17-101 overtime, which we will keep as amended to $5,000.
I'll second that.
Okay, we got a motion and a second to zero out the line items as presented, except for 17-101, which is the overtime, which is what we just approved. Is there any additional questions or comments from council? Councilor Decker.
I would just clarify that allows, unless I'm saying this wrong, that allows the clerk's office to, again, use within the lines they have, move within the lines they have, and for the primary, and then in the May, June-ish time around that, we would come back in and look at where they're at, where they need to be to guarantee the fall at a robust level.
I have a question about that. Are they allowed to move into the overtime line?
No. Per the ordinance, they have to come back and ask.
Right.
So that's all they have to do is make a request to come back and ask to move money in there.
I just wanted to clarify.
Okay.
On the 5,000.
All right.
Beyond the 5,000.
Okay.
Yes.
So, okay. And, Councilor Henry?
I'll support the zeroing out. I mean, another way to go would just be to divide the question, but however we get there at this point. But I just want to be abundantly clear. I mean, we seem to have a notional agreement that the expectation is we're going to have a fully funded 29 poll location election tonight. And we will talk about it in May. But at that point, I hope that we're not, I hope that we all walk out of here with that understanding, because I think that's my understanding. I think it's the public's understanding at this point, that this is a fully funded infrastructure, robust for the primary, and that's where we're going to be going into the primary. I mean, I'm walking out with that interpretation. If anyone has some alternative view of that, I'd like to know before we take the vote.
Right. Well, yeah, because I mean, to that regard, look how much time we've spent in going back and having the compromise here. And so I just hope that all of this wouldn't be for nothing if we get to the election meeting on Thursday and find out that we just sat here and tried to compromise and do everything in good faith, and then it just went down the drain.
I will say that the election board has not looked at 29 polling locations for this election at all. They've only looked at 22, and one of those locations did back out, so it would be 21 currently.
But again, Madam President, if I may, just to understand though, like I'm walking out of this room with an understanding that we can fund a 29 poll election with what's here. And I hope that the election board will take it to its 29 or have that consideration. The budget's here. So I don't know what's holding us up.
They don't have to. Obviously, they don't have to. We're just saying that
Why would we need 29?
Yeah, we haven't reached out to all of the locations. We've only reached out to that list of 22 and have gotten confirmation from all but one. So then that would be calling the other locations that had not been contacted. And we're looking at approving this on Thursday in order for us to meet deadlines.
So, okay, point of information, I'm sorry. So in the past, we've had 29 to 31 locations.
Yeah.
And so you've said that you've been reaching out since October to only 22, 21 have been confirmed. But we can fund what we used to a fully, the Monroe County way, the fully funded election that we all expect to have, at least 29 poll locations. That's what we've been negotiating all night.
Well,
So I just want to be clear on that, because like that's been, to the clerk's point, the expectation of the public is to have those locations. If I'm hearing now that, well, at best, we've provided funding for either, but you know, because one of the arguments was the reduction of this, right?
So the expectation, as far as the robust, was the 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. as opposed to 8 a.m. to 4
It's the early
p.m.
vote. So are we going to come back to talk about the actual election day? Because we didn't get into sheriffs and judges and clerks and all that. I mean, that wasn't on this agenda.
As I said, when I gave the two lists, the 22 and 29, to the election board, they had moved forward with the 22.
Maybe I'll rephrase.
Yeah.
My expectation walking out of this room is that the early voting will be the robust 8 to 6. It sounds like we're still not clear on the staffing with poll workers for election day and whether that is a full Monroe County way 29 or something less.
I've presented to the election board both the 22 and 29 with how many workers we would need at every polling location and the cost of both 22 versus 29 primary and general and full year. So, moving forward, it'll just be the election board.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have no issue with 29, but I am one of 3.
Okay. I just really hope I don't get disappointed in the meeting on Thursday after doing all of this, and then we thought that what we were given from 8 to 6 turns out not to be a unanimous vote. I really hope that we did not just sit here and go at it for almost over an hour and a half plus, and tried to compromise and had the amendments and tried to listen to everything, and have Ms. Spears literally pour her heart out here for nothing. So I really, and I'll watch, but I really hope we aren't getting to, I'm gonna have good faith that won't happen. I know Positive Patty Jen that's my theme. I had it yesterday and I'm still gonna keep having it. So.
You know, it could have been part of the motion.
Yeah.
That the 5,000 was in order to cover an 8 to 6 primary.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, put that in the motion so that we don't have to worry about them fussing about it at the election board meeting. Why should we go, why should we go and be disappointed? Whatever.
I mean, that's, she could make a friendly emotion or a friendly
make a
motion
friendly
to amend
amendment,
it.
right?
Yeah.
Well, you've already voted on it. You would have to do another motion. Because you've
Right.
already.
Wait a minute. You're right.
Yeah.
Yes.
There could be a new motion. Yeah.
We had so originally we did the 5,000. We're on the overall.
You're on the
motion.
overall
Right.
right now.
Right.
And there was a motion to zero out all lines. Except for the overtime line. That's where we're at right now.
So somebody can do a general, okay, so then
Yes.
I'll just do, Counselor Deckard, I don't know if he might be
Sure.
going where I'm going, but go ahead.
I move that in addition to the lines as they have been adjusted in the amendment and that was adopted in the overall second amendment that took the other lines down to 0 with the understanding that council and clerk's office will revisit in May or June, I would add to that the sentiment of this council. We do this with the understanding that a robust primary includes early voting hours of 8 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Second. All right. Any clarification from council? Any questions, comments, or concerns? think it's been banged out enough. Okay. Any public comment on this item, you can come forward to the lectern here in the Nat U Hill room on the overall, or on the motion, or on the amendment, to have an 8 to 6 early voting time frame. You can come forward to the lectern here in the Nat U Hill room or raise your hand via Teams.
I'm Gretchen Clearwater, appropriately speaking now. So I'm happy to hear that we're going to have an 8 to 6 election. That's really important. And I think we should also be thinking about other contingencies that might happen, that might need a lot more money. This is going to be we could have ICE at these elections. And we have to prepare for that kind of, what are we going to do if ICE comes to the election polls and tries to stop people from voting? And what I think is the November election starts the day after the primary, because everybody's going to be thinking about it. And I think the election board and everybody's going to have to really start thinking about what we are going to do. Todd Rokita has given all of our voting records to the federal government. How many people are not on voter rosters anymore? How many people are going to be surprised when they go to vote in the primary and their name is not on that list? I think this is something we have to think about, and I think it's critical that we think about it now and plan for what we're going to do. And you know, when I was thinking about budgeting, I can't really, and I understand your nervousness about not getting the money now. I can't think, well, I hope I'm going to have enough to pay. I hope I'm going to have enough to pay all my bills. I have to have more than hope. And so hearing you all say that you're going to give this money, I really hope you do, because, and we may need more than what's being asked for. So thank you.
All right. Looks like we have somebody next. Again, state your name for the record, and you'll have up to 3 minutes. Oh, yep. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Susan Brackney. Thanks for the opportunity to address you. I think this is going to surprise some of you, maybe. I hope not, but I think it might. This is not business as usual. This goes well beyond just making sure folks in Monroe County have access to early voting and extended polling hours. The U.S. is now in a full-fledged authoritarian slide. Historians, political scientists, and even the NGO Human Rights Watch all agree. Our upcoming elections are going to be one of the only opportunities we have left to shore up democracy itself. It will be one of our last chances to restore some much needed checks and balances that have been missing. I'm not the only voter who understands this, and I think voter turnout is expected to be at presidential election levels for primary and the whole enchilada, really. I see this as a legitimate emergency, like a hurricane or it's not your usual day-to-day thing. One that deserves not just ample funding, but also extra planning and preparation. And to that point before, you know, what if DHS sends their masked ICE squads to protect the polls? We need plans put in place to manage this contingency and ensure the vote is not suppressed. We probably should have some kind of voter intimidation reporting pipeline in place and have that be stress tested beforehand, before it's needed. I hope we don't need this stuff. I really hope we don't. But it's on my mind. It's also worth noting that the old Napa building doesn't even exist anymore, and there will be a new location to figure out. And there are many, many, many candidates running, like more than normal, as I understand it. The other thing is some laws have changed that will probably lead to confusion and maybe some anger at the polls, like the student ID stuff. There's students who maybe are used to using that, and now they're going to find out you can't. what are they going to do? Finally, if the ironically named Save America Act passes, voter roll purges and new ID restrictions will throw up some extra barriers, especially for women who've changed their names and that kind of thing. So how many previously eligible voters will show up at the polls only to discover they've been disenfranchised? Oh, here's your provisional ballot. You know, that's a bummer. But that also adds friction to the system. And it's already a pretty strained system from what I'm hearing. So I guess I would just say all of this is going to be extra complex at an absolutely critical point in our nation's history.
And that is your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Are there any other takers here for public comment on this item? You can, again, raise your hand via Teams or come to the podium here in the Nat U Hill room.
Hi there. My name is Tanner Dale Branham. I just want to make a comment in support of the additional funding, particularly in this amendment. I just, as others have said, this is a very important election, and it's important that we maintain our full early voting hours, and this additional funds to support the overtime is very important. I trust that the council will make the best decision, balancing your desire for a successful election and your fiscal responsibility. So yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, I'll go to Teams because it looks like we have somebody who has their hand raised by the name of Sally Letzinger. So if you can unmute, officially state your name for the record, you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Sally Letzinger. I would just like to encourage you to flex a little bit with this budget to give assurances to all voters. You've said that the clerk's office has enough to get by, but confidence requires at least an impression of abundance. And you've said that you have to be accountable to the public and mentioned that that the sheriff's office and other departments have union representation. But I'd encourage you to please consider the registered voters of Monroe County to be members of the most important coalitions of this county. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any last minute takers again going? Okay. And if there are more, you can go ahead and start lining up and come into the podium here.
Good evening. I'm Penny Githens. I serve on the election board, and I have always supported the 8 to 6 hours with this. And I had the impression at a recent election board meeting, and perhaps my impression was wrong, but I had the impression that Mr. Shields also supported those hours because of the convenience to voters. And so I hope that Thursday will turn out the way that those of us in this room hope it will. But also, it is also my impression that the training hours do not have to coincide with the hours that the clerk's office is open, and that does not, I'm not sure, but I do not think that takes a unanimous vote. And there's also a trainer who's responsible for that, so that not all of the responsibility falls on Ms. Ferris, and that is in a different line item. It's not even in the election board budget for that kind of thing. So anyway, I thank you for all the time and that you've devoted to this. I hope that this is a compromise that will work for people, that we get the hours that we need for the voters of this county. It's what they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Any other public comment on this item? Okay. Will the screen name of Hillary please unmute yourself, and you'll have up to 3 minutes. State your name for the record, and you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak. My name is Alda Hillary, and I appreciate that the council is vocalizing support for the full 8 to 6 voting hours and that you put that in the record. I understand that it's hard to trust that the money will be there in the future if you don't have it in your hand. I want to emphasize the first two speakers' points about the tenuous nature of these upcoming elections. And so I won't repeat what they said, but I fully am concerned about that. I'm also concerned that the new location is going to create a lot of confusion for the public. I am a high consumer of local news, and I only just found out this week where the new location is. And so that's very concerning to me that that's not being publicized. In one of Dave Askin's kind articles, he noted that funding was denied for actually publicizing the new location. And so as a communicator myself, I find that really a problem because the public is having a hard time paying attention because of the fire hose of things that are coming at them. And so I think we will need to be very targeted in letting them know where to go. And then I'm also concerned that if this is the north end of the Showers building, those parking lots are traps. So if we do have ICE coming to those buildings, people that are there voting are going to be trapped in those little parking lots. And that is a real concern for me. So I think logistically, you need to think about how you're going to protect your constituents. So thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. All right, any other questions or I'm sorry, any other comments rather from the public on this item? Did I see another hand raised? Nope. Anybody here in the Nat U Hill room? And I guess I'll just do this as a point of clarification here. We originally said no to those things because there was a budget, there was no need for that because it was already in, there was funds that were there. So to be clear, the council did not deny funding for advertisement because there was already money in that budget. And in the spirit of conversations that we've said so many times tonight, departments such as the clerk can always come back and ask for additional appropriations should you need it. However, at the time, it was not needed because it was not spent. So I just want to clarify that for the public comment. All right, now that we've gotten that, we need to vote on the amendment. So I'm going to ask for a roll call vote on this one, please.
Can we restate what it is we're voting on because
Yes,
it's been.
I'll have Michelle
Okay.
do that.
Thank you.
Do the best I can. So this is a motion to zero out all account lines except for the account line 17101, which is overtime, that is set for $5,000.
It's not to zero out those lines in the budget.
No, it's
to
it's
clarify.
for the request, yeah, that have been presented. Yeah.
So that was also, but that was, no, because we, with Councilmember Decker, that was to add the 8 to 6.
Yeah, I hadn't got there yet.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's
I'm
okay.
sorry. I'm
Interrupted.
sorry.
That's okay.
I thought we got there.
Okay.
Sorry.
And then, okay, so this is just to zero out the additional appropriation.
Thank you.
Account lines that had been presented by the clerk, except for the $5,000 of the overtime line, and that to ensure that this is to have a robust primary with the voter early voting being scheduled from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Yes. So is everybody clear with that amendment? Okay. All right.
Oh, and also that the legal will prepare an amendment to the overtime ordinance. That was part of the.
Okay. So with all of that clarification, may we please have a roll call vote?
Counselor Henry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hi. We're in the middle of a roll call vote yeah, on the amendment. So are we?
After that?
Yeah, I mean, we can come back for the overall. It's on the amendment here. Sorry.
Counselor Henry.
Yes.
Counselor Deckard.
Yes.
Counselor Crossley.
Yes.
Counselor Feidel.
Yes.
Counselor Hawk. Counselor Wiltz.
Yes.
Motion on the amendment passes unanimous.
Okay. So now we come back to the overall, but there's really not anything to do because there is no, we've already done what we needed to do to satisfy that. But, so I'm sorry, did you have public comment? Because we were asking for public comment, so I wasn't sure. I'm sorry. Oh, okay. I'm so sorry. I missed you. So I will, as the chair, I will allow you to have 3 minutes to have public comment, and then we will move on from this since we already voted. So if you want to come up and quickly make your comment.
My name is Jana Perot, and I agree with previous comments that this could be a disruptive election. It could be disruptive, it could be sabotaged. And I'm hearing from these people that they're already almost overworked, that they can't almost get their jobs done now. How are we coping with what these other issues that may arise? There needs to be planning. There needs to be people and money dedicated to thinking about what we can do to protect our election. I think that's just absolutely necessary to do that. We're a little blue dot in a red state, so we're going to be targeted if there's any targeting going on. So we need to think about that, and we need money, and we need people, experts, people who care, to make sure that we actually have the election robust that we want. Okay? Thanks.
Okay. So now that we have exhausted all of that and we are now done, thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We look forward to watching your meeting on Thursday. Did somebody have a clarification? Yes, Mr. Cockrell.
I assume when you say you're done, you mean you're ready to vote on the overall motion, because we've only voted on amendments so far.
Right.
Oh, yes, right. Yep, right. We're done with amendments. That's what I was
Correct.
saying. Thank you.
So this is for the overall vote on the final decision of the additional appropriations, which is a total of $5,000 only in the overtime line.
Correct.
Counselor Deckard,
Yes.
Counselor Crossley,
Yes.
Counselor Feidel,
Yes.
Counselor Hawk,
Yes.
Counselor Wiltz,
Yes.
Counselor Henry.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous.
All right, thank you very much. Have a good night. All right, next up is item B from the Youth Services Bureau.
I'm sorry. I'm coming. Council, as a reminder, this item was tabled from the January 27th meeting. I move to approve the Youth Services Bureau's request in Fund 4100-0000 Donations Youth Shelter to create account lines 21110 Shelter Resident Supplies, 22630 Supplies, and 23003 Grounds, and simultaneously approve an additional appropriation of $2,500 in the supplies category.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second, and I'm gonna look to Ms. Woodruff for this item. Hello.
Oh, so this is pretty straightforward. They're just wanting to use their donation funds that have been given to them. And if you have any questions, just let me know.
Okay. Council, do you have any questions on this particular item?
I'll call for the vote.
Okay. All right. And nobody? Anybody, Bueller? Okay. So no questions on this item. We're gonna go to the public. Since everybody really wants to come talk about this item, you can come forward to the lectern here in the Nat U Hill room or raise your hand via Teams. And seeing none in the dark room here, may we please have a roll call vote?
Counselor Deckard,
Yes.
Counselor Crossley,
Yes.
Counselor Henry has left the meeting for the moment. Counselor Feidel,
Yes.
Counselor Hawk,
Yes.
Counselor Wiltz.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0 unanimous.
All right, moving this county council train going, we will go to new business, and we will go back to the coroner here.
Council, I move to approve the coroner's request in Fund 1000-0007, County General Coroner, to create account lines 17801 part-time and simultaneously approve an additional appropriation of $8,612 in the personnel category.
Second.
All right, we have Mr. Hall joining us again. Thank you for your patience.
Yeah, thank you for having me back.
And you may go ahead and get started.
Sure. So this is just to get this new account line established for the newly elected part-time position for my office. Since there's not an existing account line, this would need to be established so that I could get this individual paid. And then as Kim pointed out to me, FICA also needs to be covered just because it is a paid position as well. So.
All right. Questions or comments from council? What have you?
Just as a part-time, there's no other benefits available.
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Other ones? Seeing none, and we have Mr. Henry back in the building. All right, so public comment, what say you on this item? You can come forward to the lectern here or raise your hand via Teams. And seeing no takers, may we please have a roll call vote?
Counselor Crossley?
Yes.
Counselor Fidel?
Yes.
Counselor Hawk?
Yes.
Counselor Wiltz?
Yes.
Counselor Henry, would you like to?
Stan, thank you. I wasn't in the room. Yeah.
Counselor Deckard?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0, 1 abstain.
Thank you, and you're done.
Thank you, counselors.
You're very welcome. Next up at the table, coming to the table is the Highway Department.
So I will be combining items B and C into one motion. I move to approve the Highway Department's request in Fund 81760000 Eagleston Bridge, number 922, to deappropriate account line 37411 construction of $815,616.92 and simultaneously approve a fund-to-fund transfer of cash of $815,616.92 from Fund 8176-0000 Eagleston Bridge, number 922, to Fund 1135-0000 Cumulative Bridge.
Second.
All right, and we got the fearless Miss Lisa Ridge back.
Good
Welcome.
evening. So actually, if you've read the narrative, we took over this project. Actually, we were reached out by NDOT a couple years ago. IU actually owned this bridge. It needed replaced. If we took over the construction for this project of 20%, then NDOT stepped up and helped fund 80% of our Karst Farm Trail extension that we completed. So we did that deal. So we were set. The bridge went to letting on the middle of January. Our local match at that time would have been just under $1 million. We were prepared. We had it budgeted to pay that. I think it was January 16th, NDOT called me on a Friday and asked if I knew how the letting went, and I did. And they were going to go ahead and lower our match to about 3% instead of the 20%. And they were going to fund the rest of it through a transportation bill. They saw that Monroe County had stepped up, took on the project. We didn't have to, but they wanted to go ahead, instead of utilizing that money and spreading it out amongst 3 bridge projects across the state, they just went ahead and sent it all to Monroe County. It just goes to show the relationship that we have with NDOT. They didn't have to do that. I would have never even known the money was there. I was prepared to pay my match. It also just goes to show that all of our projects aren't 80-20 split. They're not always 90-10. So it can change in a heartbeat from just, one phone call. So that's why we're doing these transfers and putting the money back into Cume Bridge for our other like Rockport Road is going to letting tomorrow. So that's why we're back to move it back.
Congratulations. All right, look at you. All right, any questions or comments? Councilor Deckard.
I just want to praise Lisa Ridge on this.
Not me, it's a team.
It is it's a team, but it's got good quarterback, and everybody knows around here these days that a good quarterback can go a long way. And I'll just make this comment. I've said this probably about 5 or 6 years now. Not all of us call up to Indianapolis and get what we want. And Lisa Ridge not only gets a lot for the people that we represent, but she gets it in style. And this is, when I was first looking at this, I was thinking, all the things we've done, what a good gamble, it pays off. It's not a good gamble when you have good people and they run the play. So thank you for all that and all the stress. And also, like our election director, for the passion that you bring into your job that you care about. When we see that, it makes me feel better as a taxpayer and as a person on this side trying to figure out how to help you.
Councilor Hawk.
I have to say, if any county in the state gets as much help as we do, it is only because they have cloned Lisa Ridge and moved them there.
You don't want to
Because
clone.
she really has made, you do. I mean, everybody knows you at the state, and if you ask for something, they know you figured it out, and you'll make it work. So, and I can remember the time that we weren't real sure we would be able to get a lady in that, remember? When she got that job, and she did, and she's rocked it. But with the help of all her great team, because she likes to say that, she didn't do it on her own. Her team did it. So congratulations. Thank you.
And I just want to say for the record, after tonight, I definitely would like a clone of Lisa Ridge. That's all I have to say. So that being said, any other questions or comments from council? Seeing none, we'll go to public comment. You can come to the lectern here in the room, or you can raise your hand via Teams. And seeing also none, may we please have a roll call vote?
Councilor Hawk,
Yes.
Councilor Feidel, would you like to vote?
I know enough information. Yes.
Councilor Wiltz,
Yes.
Councilor Henry,
Yes.
Councilor Deckard,
Yes.
Councilor Crossley.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous.
All right, and staying with the highway department, let's roll on down to Highway D. Item D.
Rolling on. Council, I move to approve the Highway Department's request in Fund 1135-0000 cumulative bridge for an additional appropriation of $603,797 in the services category.
Second.
Ms. Ridge?
This project was awarded last summer, but actually we put the project off due to the city having a project in that area. We didn't want to have too many detours and too many roads closed, so we put our project out into the 2026. So we didn't budget for it back in the summer because we thought we might have had it done. So this is just to appropriate the project that's already been awarded for the bridge replacement.
And this is the area by Jackson Creek Middle School. That's what
Correct.
I thought. Okay. That was a headache over there, but yeah. All right.
It'll be a headache again.
I
but,
mean, it's okay. It's okay. It's all right. So any questions or comments for Ms. Ridge on this item? Seeing none. Public comment. Yes. If you have it, come forward to the lectern here or raise your hand via Teams. I'm slap happy after tonight. All right, and seeing none, may we please have a roll call vote?
Councilor Hawk,
Yes.
Councilor Wiltz,
Yes.
Councilor Henry,
Yes.
Councilor Deckard,
Yes.
Councilor Crossley,
Yes.
Councilor Feidel.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous.
Thank you very much. Have a good night. Now, we are next up on the amended portions, which was item A, which is the transit conversation. So I will look to Councilor Deckard for that.
Hi, Council. I'm perhaps not the best person to talk about this, but again, in the spirit of this evening, want to do something so that we avoid any bad things happening in this community. As some of you may recall, last year or in the last year, we were able to support through ARPA dollar use. I believe I've got that 100% right. An expansion, I think for the first time, of the county in the public transit system, specifically with Bloomington Transit. We were able to support Route 13 that is a pattern that goes between the city of Bloomington and Monroe County destinations, specifically Ivy Tech, Park 48 businesses, and obviously as that area continues to expand into 2026 with the Westgate housing complex and Symter's expansion, we will continue to see additional development there. But the point being is that the county match needs to be fulfilled in order to continue that route. And we have heard from Bloomington Transit that unless the county commits to that, the transit will not be able to continue that route past, I believe it's March 3rd. I may be wrong on that day, but it's early March. Transit's having 2 meetings this month to discuss this. But I think that, you know, if I were a wagering person, Transit's looking for the county to kind of step up. The commissioners worked with us on this expansion in the past with ARPA. They've indicated through Commission President Julie Thomas that it's to council to figure this out. We can't appropriate tonight because we're not following the law and guidelines for an appropriation, but it is my recommendation that council consider at our next meeting an appropriation out of ED Lit. Am I saying?
No, you wouldn't be able to appropriate it at the next meeting.
Okay.
So it would be.
It has to be 10 days.
Yeah,
to notice.
it would be March the 10th.
That we appropriate at the March 10th meeting or early as possible an appropriation to fund that with our Bloomington Transit partners. The amount that I have on that, maybe Transit will correct this if I have it wrong, is $177,885. And I know that right now we're in a time period between what?
I had that email, and that was this year's number, and it had gone up slightly. I think it's around 184 for next year.
184? Okay.
Around there.
Thank you. The bottom line on this is that while these are not ideal times with our fiscal uncertainty, as has been said numerous times, the only way back for us is putting people into work, putting people into education to get to work, and getting families kind of moving about the county. As I often say, there's probably more transit in our future than less. I don't know how it goes backwards. And I think the county, we need to do our part on this and not lose the route. There's been some arguments out there that route usership is small, but I want to point out that they had 12,857 passengers. Now, I don't know how many among the populace makes up that role, but that's 12,857 trips going to a place that needed to go to. And we have heard repeatedly from Ivy Tech and the folks on the west side that getting people out to these areas, which are one of our highest or developing highest job centers, and particularly in the life science, is crucial. So my recommendation to council is that we jump in here with a robust commitment to transit. We certainly cannot do that tonight, but I think that this is an example where council needs to lead. Commissioners have said that. It's up to council to figure that out. To me, the council's got to lead here and point that way. And I'll be quiet at that.
And seeing that we are at a bare minimum for quorum here.
Nobody
No,
move.
we're still good. We got it. So Councilor Henry.
Thank you for bringing it to our attention. Of course, I think we just went through an hour and a half of talking about scrutiny of line items and budgets, and so I'm trying to wrap my head around some stuff. So, Councilor Decker, you said 12,857 trips?
Yes.
Divided by 365 days?
Yes.
Divided by round trippers is roughly 17 and a half people a day? Is that?
I don't know. That's your math. I assume you're right.
I mean, because it's trips versus humans, right? So I mean, trying to figure that out. Look, I live on the west side. I get it. And of course, I'm hopeful for development out our way, but that requires some significant work of the Plan Commission to start doing such a thing. But in the meantime, things are moving out there. I guess my question is, this is ARPA funded, right? So that was 2021, 22. Why wasn't this brought up during our budget cycle to try to get an appropriate line item? This had to be like, we knew the bus was coming in, I guess, to use the metaphor. I'm just trying to get my head around why now and not back in October when we assumed that funding would dry up.
I think you've expressed a sentiment that I agree with. I think traditionally things work better around these parts when a department is bringing the item before us. And as you can tell from that table right there, that table is blank. It's not normal, I think, it's not normal for someone to say, council has to figure it out. So for example, if the clerk would have said tonight in her office, council's got to figure this out, and kind of just lobbed the ball, not anywhere, we probably would have a lot of angry people over there and not doing anything. But the commissioners have indeed done that, and we have had occasions where we've had to kind of step into the role and say, here's how life's going to be or not be. And I think this is one of those times for that. It would normally come under a budget, but we didn't get it in that.
Well, that's fair. I'm just trying to understand that you mentioned there's an email. Can we get the correspondence on that? All I have on this, in full disclosure, is email from Cook Group and Ivy Tech about it. I've not heard anything from county. Is that something that can be shared with all of us, whatever the correspondence was, so we can all get a look at it? I might not have it, but I just have stuff from outside partners.
You want it displayed right now, or just
no,
emailed out?
or either way, but I mean, it's just nice to look at what we're looking at. So the edit, did you mention, so the edit requires an amendment from the commissioners because we just went through that whole process with using the edit for the jail. Mr. Cockrell, is that the intention of the commissioners to amend the edit plan to allow for 180,000?
I believe the edit plan already includes funding.
For this?
For transit, yes.
Was this the intent of that? Because I mean, I know when we were editing the plan, if you will, I don't remember if that was the intended use, was this for this particular line, was that?
I'm not a commissioner or a council person, but I think it fits the category. I mean, it would either be for this or something with rural transit. I think we left it fairly open.
Okay, I'm only asking because I remember how long it took us to get our appropriation and then the edit plan amended. So there's a little back and forth there. So if it sounds like it's already in an appropriate use of the edit, it really just sounds like the appropriation. Is that your interpretation, Councilor Decker? It's just the appropriate.
Yeah, and in fact, when I began to get worried about this not coming to us, I verified with legal that this would fit in the edit plan, and they indicated it would by the amount.
Is it okay to share the correspondence from Bloomington Transit with the body so we have it? I mean, just send the email to everybody. I mean,
it's been sent.
Thank you. All right. That's it. It sounds. It's one of those things where look, buses are subsidized. That's how we do transit, right? I mean, we're not going to make money back on this, but it probably takes a very long time to get the culture around taking a bus through Whitehall on the way to, Ivy Tech there. So it's going to take time to grow it. It'll probably take time to get that ridership up. I appreciate it. Yeah, thank you.
Councilor Wiltz?
Could someone clarify for me, because I don't think we've been running this route for 5 years. It's 1 year.
ARPA funded 1 year.
So we only have 1 year of ridership. Yeah. That's not long to test out, whether or not this is something that the people will climb onto, and yet it sounds like it's a regularly used route by at least some people.
We heard that with the North Park, the failed North Park proposal, that it takes a while to plan a bus route, and then because there's years of planning for what that route looks like and where you stop, and then once the bus is live, then people start using it. So I guess maybe that's really quite like it might not be a question that matters tonight, but was ARPA funding used for the planning and preparation of the route, like to think through stops and acquisition of service, or was it just it just started going and
Yep.
it just started going?
Yeah.
Okay, that's okay. I appreciate it. Okay, that's it.
I think it was a route that we just extended, right?
To go out beyond city limit?
I think.
Yes, because it was to go to Ivy Tech.
Yeah.
Like, that was the big thing, is that we didn't have anything that goes to that area, and everybody was asking for it and such, so, yeah.
This is, I mean, I'm sorry, may I please?
Go for it, go for it.
I'm sorry, I'm lost.
It's a
all
discussion,
decorum.
go for it. I went out the window earlier.
If I may.
Go for it.
I think this is, I agree that public transit is something that we provide and we subsidize because it is a public good. Especially one, this one in particular is, I think, long overdue. It should have been in place years and decades ago with Ivy Tech being out there. So I am very supportive of offering this. And I think in a couple of years, funding mechanisms are going to be so different that it almost doesn't matter. But for the good of the order, I think it would be delightful if there was more communication and support across governmental sectors, quasi-governmental bodies, but also, private and educational institutions on how we can better find efficiencies in public transit in particular. So I've said that with all the changes coming, those conversations maybe will be timely. But generally, I support this. I thank you for bringing it up.
Yeah, and of course, yes, thank you to Councilor Decker to bring this up, but I don't think this should be incumbent upon you as a council member to have to bring this up. I'm thinking about a lot of things that we've gone over the past few weeks, and in particular yesterday. We have department updates for items not on the agenda for a reason. And that would have been a fine opportunity for, our commissioners, or at least someone from the commissioner's office to come and speak with us about this very item. It also makes me think, too, that as Councilor Wiltz was saying, the across Kirkwood and Morton Street, that we would have these types of conversations as well, because I, as council president, was not privy to these conversations until it was brought up. So I appreciate Councilor Decker doing that, but it should be incumbent upon other people who are not in this room and who were once on the Teams link here, but seem to have dropped off. So we get asked to explain ourselves oftentimes. I think this would be a fine time to ask for other folks to explain as well. Also, I think too, to that point of, low ridership, I think it would be a great, I'm curious to know, what is the advertisement of letting people know that there is a bus route? As a mom of a child that goes to Ivy Tech, my kid didn't even realize that there was a thing besides me having to express to her, get out the house, go catch the bus, and go to campus instead of being at home. So, I'm very curious to know how we are getting that information out. How is transit working, and how could they work with us to make sure that we get that advertisement out to let people know that this is a big thing. People were talking about this for years, even before I was on council, and so this would help tremendously to get the word out and spread so that we could get that ridership up. So I appreciate the discussion here. Yes, Councilor Decker.
One thing I just would add to this is look, I want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to keep that route. If I've got to go, paint somebody's fence to get that done, we'll do it. Also, though, we are still, and this has come back to us a few times, we're still dependent upon, the realities that if there's an MOU involved in this for a new year or the last one expired, we need commissioners also to adopt that. And so I would just ask that, as this moves forward, everybody with good nature and good heart moves forward on the route, because these are people that need access to route services. And the way life is for a lot of things, the county, the city, the towns, fire protection, townships, definitely, transit, all that between now and wherever we're going in 4 to 5 years, there's like a bookend, and who knows what's in the middle, but I suspect the bookends are a little different. I think we're gonna have to lean on each other through that period, and even some awkwardness. I know this is much later than transit would like it, but we need them to do it. We want commissioners to agree with it if the appropriation passes. And it sounds to me like folks have that sentiment here, so I'll be quiet.
Thank you for that. Councilor Hawk?
Right. So obviously I missed the beginning of this conversation. I wonder if we have looked at, can we draw this? I don't know is there a motion on the floor?
No, it's just a discussion.
I just remember a time when, just last year, I think, that at the State House, that they wanted the commissioners to support allowing Ellisville to have what would be their portion of the food and beverage tax that is collected in that area to be used for transit. Oh, but the commissioners didn't want them to do that. But they don't mind using public dollars for transit. I don't mind using public dollars for transit. But, maybe the commissioners could work with the food and beverage money. Certainly, Representative Mayfield did all she could to try to help get rural transit dollars, and this county would not help her. So I just had to throw that in. I think it's it's all transit. But the other thing is, and maybe you've already discussed the fact that with Senate Bill 1, the .2, have you already discussed that?
I alluded, but no.
Well, anyway, we know that's right now until they change it, because they were discussing it just today and yesterday about being changed, and people from the city, not our city, but just the city, they were just like, go, cry out, they're all going to go broke and whatever. And but what the representative from the counties was saying, you can work well with the cities, but it sounded to me like what she was suggesting we would do it like more like on a one-time, like as you were saying, like a contract or something, so that it was not permanent, would not be expected to be permanent, because we know that .2 has to be for the library, the Bloomington Transit, for the townships. What am I leaving out? Anyway, and we might not even be able to do .2. We might have to do .1, because the total between the county and the city cannot be more than 2.9. So I don't really know what they're going to do about Bloomington Transit, but the county cannot take on Bloomington Transit permanently, because we'd have to do it in part of our 1.2. Even if we get that, because AM wants us not to have 1.2. So I'm just throwing it out there. This is not something that's going to be fixed tonight.
No, if I may. But, Marty, you watch all that up there closer than we do. You have more influence with some of those folks than some of us do, I would suspect. It's all right every once in a while to tell them that it's not the state driving that bus. It's not the state responding to these homes. It's not the state sitting in here right now trying to figure out this madness on what they're doing. I mean, we're ripping each other apart just trying to get two people on a bus, and then make sure there's a paramedic. We still need to get more ambulances in this county, but I don't know where those dollars will come. And so for any of us that have any influence with that on our friends up there, this is where government actually happens, and schools where kids get educated. And so some of this, folks may have to ease up a little bit on the sugar or the miles they're traveling on these changes, because literally we are not going to be able to do certain things that have got to get done. And I just offer that kind of frustration. I feel like sometimes we watch them like it's tennis. These are people's lives here. And I just offer that.
But if I could just throw this in here, because I heard you mention ambulances, and because that is part of what we're working on with the legislative group, is to get emergency EMS covered under that 0.4 that's for fire and EMS, so that that it would be able to go to the county to help with ambulance services. Anyway, I'm sorry, I sort of interrupted
it's okay.
your bus transit, but just.
I mean, that's part of the discussion, so you're fine. It's okay. All right. Any other discussions related to transit?
This will be an item on our March whatever agenda, and it'll be presented to us by ourselves.
Yeah.
All righty then. Just clarify. Thanks.
All right. Well, moving on to the 10B, which is I wanted to open up a conversation to allow people to have thoughts after our joint meeting yesterday. What say you autocrats? Sorry. I'm sorry, I'm just saying. I told you I was slap happy. Okay, so I'll just say the reason why I say that is because there was a comment that was made during our meeting yesterday where we were addressed as being autocrats. And so when you look up the definition of that, that basically means that we took no input from anybody at all. And I take issue with that because I think we did our due diligence. We did everything that we needed to do. And no is no. And it was a unanimous no. But again, we have a deadline, and instead of folks going back and trying to figure out what we did and how we got to the point in October, I just hope that we can move forward with trying to get towards the finish line, because again, April 15th is coming. So again, it's coming, but I think the progress has to be made and we have to continue to move forward. And I will continue to say that it is kind of disappointing that we continue to keep bringing up North Park as a thing and no other options, or options that are being brought that seem to just kind of be dismissed as well. I just really think that we really need to look at what we already have and continue to move forward. I think that is progress. And that's all I'm gonna say about that. And I'm gonna look to my council, and I already saw Councilor Hawk moving, so you go.
Yes, this is something that we're all getting gray hair. Mine's growing out.
Underneath this.
Talking
Sure
about
do.
the jail. And it seems that the other partner doesn't want to listen to us. Or maybe they think they can talk long enough and we will get tired and just give in. But it seems to me, but see, I'm afraid every time I open my mouth to say anything, I'll lose I know what my point is, but I don't want to lose it. Don't want to lose votes for it. I'm just saying, if we make it clear to them, let's look at, give them two options. Right now, I'm thinking the two options is probably Fullerton and Thompson. I don't know. Give them whatever, two. And then say, commissioners, which of those two will you go for? Then we have made a decision. If they can't make a decision, let them talk to Mr. Falk. We've done our part. I mean, that's negotiation. You know, when you get ready to sell real estate and you've showed them 5 houses, then you say, let's get that down to what's your top 2? And then let's do the Ben Franklin T close. Over here's all the reasons why you would, all the reasons why you wouldn't. Make a decision. Man, I would have made a dime selling real estate if it took me 5 years to get somebody to buy a piece of property. This is ridiculous.
Great. Thank you. I agree with you. You are spot on. As the kids say, clock it. All right, Councilor Henry.
Thank you, Madam President. I appreciate, I really want to say first, I appreciate those that were able to be at that meeting and speak your mind there and representing us at the table. You know, we have a habit, and maybe this is inside baseball, but folks should know that, you know, a lot of these meetings are scheduled around the availability of one person, and we all kind of have to schedule around it. So Mondays are when I teach. I guess I'll just have to tune in from class, but I'm glad you all were able to handle that. In my observations, I agree with a lot with what Councilor Hawk said. I mean, in a resolution that we start to define what it is the council's tolerance is, locations are one thing. Price point is another. And I got to say, you know, my reaction to listening to some of the commentary, especially from those that are not elected in this county and don't answer to voters directly, is a seeming idea that we have infinite resource. And I know I'm a little more pedantic up here than most, and I'm in the Excel sheets when I'm trying to get us on votes here. But the truth is that those of us that went to AIC last or 2 weeks ago, we sat in a meeting that talked about future projections for what our local income tax will look like. It is my belief, that what we got and what's coming in the next 2 or 3 years was an estimate that 50% of the local income tax, half of our local income tax moving forward, will be required to keep us revenue neutral in the county. That means not raising taxes, but maintaining our budget as we have it. Just half of the lit there. Now, FSG's last numbers that they gave us before SB1, before all of this, suggested that we would need 0.41 of the 1.2% to fund the debt service, right? Which is roughly like 38% at that point. So we're now up to 88% of our lit going to bond debt service and funding the county government, which leaves us, I like key lime pie. This is a real thin slice at this point of trying to figure out over 20 years how we deal with cost of living adjustment, inflation, and any other projects that pop up, like what we've heard this evening, a desire for things like an emergency medical service for the county, or potentially, due to the decisions of the Supreme Court today, building a Monroe County water system because we may have challenges connecting to the city of Bloomington in places that will not be annexed. We have 20 years of forecasting that we have this very small slice to work with. Or, as I think Councilor Wiltz raised during the meeting, I heard you loud and clear, on my phone at IU, that what is being suggested is a tax increase to cover some of this. We answer to the public on this, and the numbers confuse people. It's all plaid when we're talking about it, but it's just amazing to hear decision makers in this building not get that there is not infinite money. And so that takes me back to a resolution that says some of this needs to be in a resolution. And maybe another analysis from FSG. And our auditor has already projected what some of this cost could be into 26 and beyond, so we need that. And to really get back to what this lawsuit was about, which is capacity and programming and space for recreation. I will say that I said this on social media, and I meant it, and I'll bring it up again here. The project at inception, we don't have a shared goal. In fact, DLZ was selected in a process that was cited by the Office of the Open Data, or the Open Access Counselor, is problematic, right? The selection process from the jump wasn't very clear about the RFQ. The public has a lot of questions about this. So I have people question our autocracy up here. No, I'm answering, this is the most democratic thing we've done in the county in a year, is being responsive to voters in the community that are afraid we can't afford it, or that the choices we're making to expend this kind of money are not actually keeping our jail empty. If we build it, are we going to fill it? We don't have guarantees with that. We have a change management problem. And so for all those reasons, I think we need to vote on a thing. We give them the choices, define the terms and parameters, explain that this is the real budget. I know, Mr. Cockrell, you're in the room. I don't want to put you on the spot, but you threw out a number, I think, the other night of jail only or small version? I heard you say around 100-ish million.
They asked me, and off the cuff,
Back of
I
a
said
napkin.
150 million
Yeah.
for a jail.
Okay,
And
well,
I don't.
And so to that point, I'll just give it up in a minute. You know, we still have no data points or display of the direct versus indirect costs of the facility. If Councilor Iverson were here, and I will put words in his mouth, he's asked for those since last year. You know, what is the operational cost? We have speculation about what those will be from people, but that's not accurate. We have no projection of future cost, right? I mean, we know what it is now, but we expect overruns, and really no understanding of the impact on the lid at this point. And so therefore, aiming for what the ACLU is requiring of us is really important to me. But I didn't get to be here to say all that, but thank you for letting me go a little longer on that.
Train here. Does anybody? Councilor Decker?
I do, but I think I will defer to others.
Okay.
I talked a lot last night.
We'll go Councilor Vital, and then I'll just come back up.
All right. Okay, so I didn't talk much yesterday, but I'm really committed to getting something done. Been on enough negotiations to understand the 11th hour principle. I understand we're getting down to the wire. Not really. April 15th is still a fair amount of time off. And so I think, you know, it's a game in my mind. In some ways, it's a game. So what does one player or a multitude of players want? What does the other ones want? And how can we come together and figure out what we can live with together to go on to also appease the public? Not just the ACLU, we have a public here to appease. And they expect us to do all the things that make it important county business work. And so I'm committed to working together for however long it takes and however many times it takes to get something in place by April 15th. I just want to go on record and say that publicly.
Yeah, thanks. I agree. I'm with you. I think I said that last night. I'll show up whenever, wherever. Let's work on this. I do have a couple of, well, I have one specific question, which is when we ask for information, who are we asking to provide it? Because getting these operational costs or the transportation related costs, should we not co-locate, those are important things. But if we keep just asking the ether, we're not going to get them. So something that I took away from last night is that perhaps we need to either have existing staff assigned to figure this out and present us with information, or ask someone else outside of current staff to contract and provide us information. But I don't think it's coming, even though we keep, asking for it. And so I'm not sure who can advise us on where the best place to, I think obviously the sheriff would need to be involved in figuring out operational costs for his own office, but I don't know that he has the staff capacity to really provide us with that kind of detail. So I guess I want to acknowledge that we probably need to be specific and involve specific people to get the answer to that question.
Since I raised this, can I try to take a shot at this?
Go for it.
And I'm just gonna, we're in a public space. I'm just gonna say what I want to say. This is a project with a project manager that is leading it somewhere. And I gotta say, I can pour, maybe it's in the DLZ very thick book they gave us in February or August. I can't tell you by name the individuals that are making decisions on this path. I know some of them because we see it occasionally where, county legal may say a thing or the commissioners may say a thing. I couldn't tell if a voter asked me, who's really deciding this stuff? I guess Mr. Gibbons gave us a little bit of it yesterday when he spoke. But where's the list of the 5 or 10 people that have been meeting ever since CJRC? And who is the person making the decisions about, if it is DLZ as the vendor that is leading the project, It'd be very nice if we could speak directly with them, but that has not been the case for us. If it is somebody in the commissioner's office that is hosting these meetings and having these weekly discussions, it'd be really nice to know who that individual is. But, and maybe I missed it somewhere. And if I did, it's possible, we get a lot of email, but I could not tell the public, these are the 5 people that ever since this council in November or October 24 decided on the process to move forward, who has been behind closed doors making those decisions. And so to my answer to that, Councilor Wiltz, is, I mean, I think those individuals would be the people that would produce that information for us. And if we don't have a workflow or a pathway, this is one of the reasons why things have to change across the hall. But this is a serious thing. We're talking about this project ballooned to $250 million, and I don't know where to direct the question. It kind of goes one way and then here, and then we've been in this room where it's been kind of by revelation. We find out, oh, we're still talking to the owners of North Park. Oh, we're still doing these things. To Councilor Feigel's point, you asked for a weekly report from whoever it is that's behind the door making these decisions. This is just basic stuff. We do not have a shared understanding of who's driving the bus here.
Just a brief update.
And we haven't gotten
Yeah.
No,
So
nothing yet.
if I sound exasperated, it's because I am.
Yeah.
And that's my only. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I hope that brings some clarity. But and no government project I've ever worked on do I not know the name of the human being that is making the call on where we are in the process and where we are in the timeline and where the milestones are and where we are for over under budget. I don't understand this piece.
Well,
So I want it. So that whoever that is, and maybe Jeff or Ms. Cockrell, I don't mean to be aiming at you. If you know those humans, could we get that list of people and then perhaps have a conversation with them at this table at the beginning of the meeting so we can get there? Because that would be helpful.
Well, because also to that point, before you go, Mr.
Yeah, sorry,
Cockrell.
yeah.
No, that's fine. Because I wrote down in my notes, we got asked to do the risk cost assessment of what that would look like if we wanted to do things particularly in phases. And I do recall, according to my notes that I have here, it was asked for maybe council staff to do some of that. And I don't know how that's something that we could do. Like, we got enough going on in our office. And so I guess, again, to, that point, and I guess we look to you, like, who would you like to answer that? And I hate to put you on the spot, but.
Well, I guess I'm going to answer it this way. I mean, you act like there's a group of people who are making all these decisions, when really it's Scott, our friends at DLZ, are working with each department that's affected. The sheriff has the transition team that's really worked a lot on the jail and the sheriff's space. Each of the other departments, the courts, the prosecutor, public defender, they all had individual meetings with each one of those. And then taking all that information, DLZ comes up with the design. As far as and then they come back and we say, too expensive. And then they go back to all the departments again and say, hey, what about this? What about that? And then it gets presented to you and move on. The other question I think you're asking is about the transition if we didn't do co-location. Well, up until October, I think everybody just assumed we were going to do co-location. So I don't know if we ever really worked out dollars and cents exactly what that was going to be.
It's everybody. I mean, this is a serious question because you just described a thing here where DLZ does things, but that's not where we had 2 meetings on it in February and August. One meeting the commissioners didn't come to. So somewhere there's who's the we and who's everybody? Is it by name?
When we went through, and it started at the CJRC, which during that process, I would ask you to look at the website and look at the CJRC and go through that. That was kind of a consensus of the sheriff, the board of judges, the commissioners, and the council that co-location was preferred. And I think that's
I just need to ask you, with all due respect, who is picking up the phone from DLZ in this building when they call about adjustments to the schedule, the plan, where they are in the progress? Is it the county legal? Is it the commissioner, county administrator? Who's the human that has the direct interface with DLZ?
I think Angie Purdy and I have it, and we
invite.
invite.
So if that's, then I would say that, okay, thank you for that. So now I know where to go with that question. Okay.
I'll go to Wiltz and then Decker next.
Thanks. So I appreciate your providing that perspective. I feel like I am going to say something that I've said 100 times, and I hate to be that person. I don't think that the process of having DLZ meet with all the different departments and put something together and then just show it to us twice in a 2.5-year long relationship is working. I mean, if the budget is important at all, wouldn't we be one of the groups that they would talk to? And we were prevented from talking to them specifically when we asked for them to come talk with us. So what you're hearing, unfortunately, you're getting kind of a bunch of frustration, and it's not. It's a process that is frustrating. County government is set up to kind of be this way. I do understand that. It is truly unfortunate, though, that we haven't figured out a way to take the contracted project management, if you will, and really have them be a project manager that we can all rely on to get regular updates and provide us with information to, I mean, just the fact that we don't even get meeting summaries when we have these joint meetings. There's nothing to take away unless we call up Dave and see what he wrote about it, which, thank you, because it's helpful. But I guess I'll stop complaining. That's what I got out of it.
President, before anybody puts a motion on the floor, I want to say something. Somebody about to put a motion on the
I
floor?
don't think you can put a motion on this
I'm
one.
not going to put a motion on the floor. I just want to make sure I get to say this
Oh,
before
no,
we done.
this is a discussion, so you go ahead.
I don't want to jump ahead of anybody. But
Okay, so then I'll go Decker, and then I'll
Okay.
come back to you.
Yeah, if there were a motion that would fix this sucker, man, I'd read that son of a gun till 6 a.m. It'd probably take that long. Here's what I'll say. I got a comment from someone who kind of watched the meeting last night out in the public, and it's something that I pick up a lot. And it's that sometimes this gets to be a circular firing squad, and the guns seem to point inwardly, and the thing that's in the very center of that is the project. And I get the consternation that everybody has. I bet the staff alone, the consternation they have when those garage doors close at night and they pull in, I bet the swear words couldn't be printed legally. But what I will say is what we have before us is a deadline that looms around whether or not the ACLU will move forward with a responding party here. Every indicator looks like that would be. We have a deadline to show some sort of credible action. So I kind of focus there. There's obviously things occurring in the world that could help with portions of that, but those have to run their course. One thing I would say is we heard from a lot of stakeholders last night about things that concern them. So I think that for me, my priority, and I said this to someone today, I was the last to say that I believe I was the last counselor to say that phasing may be the option. Okay, it's probably pride. Pride goes before the fall. But I thought we had a plan. Legislature changed things. I know that people disagree with elements of that plan. They will disagree with the elements, by the way, counselors, of the plan that comes out of this. If we have no plan, they'll disagree with that too. So everybody get ready, because that happens. That's life. And I can tell you that from being on this council and in government for a minute. But to me, the goal is that we hit a facility that has constitutional care, or that we say, here's how we get to that facility. That's part one. Part two is that we begin to account for some of the things that members of the public who intimately watch the court system and the justice system, I should say, have already talked about. And that is, how do you operate that in some semblance of, it's not co-location, but it's attempting to mimic, approach, ignore. How do you do that in a feasible way? But to me, the first thing is, what is your place? What is the money required to have a constitutional care jail? That's bare minimum. And then around that, you figure out the secondary things, and then you start to figure out a couple the other incidentals that happen. And if we're planning right, you can say that, well, some of these co-location things start to get taken care of through the phasing that folks have talked about for a long time, and that I was the last to go to that, because I like the plan of having everything together. The last thing I'll just say is, I think there's always going to continuously be communication issues in our system, as long as there's humans, ego, and other things. But ultimately, that goal, that deadline, that's the guide. Because if we don't hit that, and there's a lot of people that say that we will not, I'm not ready to say we will not, but but if we do not, we then begin to plan for appropriation lines. We took an hour and 20 minutes to figure out overtime lines on a clerk's office. Can you imagine the overtime hours we'll have to figure out on staff processing to deal with the legal ramifications on this? So I just think that's kind of our goal. It would have helped in the beginning if we would have done what I teach my undergrads, a team charter, who's responsible, who's at the table, who's all that. Maybe it was done. Maybe it just gets hardened with practice. But the ultimate goal is to figure out constitutional. And I think that we got to be very careful getting so into processes that we start to choke the actual process that's got to occur. Because ultimately, folks kind of watch this and say, you know that you have to do something. Folks that are on both sides of that just hate, they know something must be done. And so I think that there's hope through certain solutions out there. I don't necessarily say that you say, these two properties, take it early. I think that might work in real estate. I think in the government nuance with all the headaches and divorce we have amongst various bodies, I don't know that that'll work here. So anyway, that's not much, but that I think is where the focus is.
Yes. Generally, when you get ready to buy a property or build a house or whatever, you say, this is how much money I have. This is what we're going to have to work with. Now, I understand, I heard Mr. Cockrell mention, we've got the money. I want to see the hands of, well, you don't have to admit if you don't want to, the folks who have read the information from AIC representing the councils that made it clear that numbers that had been used before were in error. And so I don't know whether county legals read the AIC information. I don't know what the commissioners have. Hopefully the auditor's office has. I sent them copies. I keep sending, look at this. This is really important. So what we might think we had before does not mean that's where we are now at all. Because we have to look at how much our property tax is, the growth in property taxes coming down when you've got the income taxes going up. And further, just because we could, let's say if we could figure out a way to come up with $250 million from the people who live in this county, who has the gall to do that? Hopefully no one on this council. Because that's just too much. Too much.
Okay. So thank y'all very much for those conversations. I think the other thing that I would add to that is Councilor Wiltz said something that kind of jarred my memory here, because if I do recall, I do think that council had been trying to figure out how to get DLZ in here to speak to council. And it was said to us by commissioner staff and maybe even a commissioner, and I stand corrected, but I swear it came from the office, that because the contract is with DLZ is through commissioners, we had to get permission to have conversations. Let that sink in, because if we are also the other half and deciding body of that, I don't think that it is appropriate to say, Mother, may I? It should be, hey, we have a question and we'd like to have them to come in. And so I think if we are going to do this together, then I think we need to have some type of ability to and understand it. Thank you, Councilor Vital. And to you know, as a, I'm not even gonna say a compromise, because that's not even a compromise. Of an ability and understanding that if we have to ask for updates and things like that, and DLZ to come in to have conversations, it should not be an ask of Mother May, our council or commissioner, whomever, can we have them come in? It should be, hey, we'd like to have them come to the meeting. And the next step is, okay, what date? And so I would just recommend to anybody listening, I don't know if Mr. Cockrell, if you could take that back, or if we need to send an email of some sort and make it abundantly clear that that is something that we would like to have as well. The other thing that I want to say, and I said this yesterday too, as we were kind of recapping and kind of going over this, and Councilor Henry said it as well too, we got our marching orders. We heard what we wanted to hear, and we got all the things. And I think now it's time for us as county council members to, the ask is, you tell us, you tell us what we need to do. Okay, so we're gonna stay in our council lane. You know, I say it every meeting. And so we are going to do that. And I ask that we come prepared on February 24th, to put forth a resolution to give out, to let folks know, since they are asking and looking at us to figure out and make next steps. Ball's in our court, Commissioner Thomas told us, so now I'm dribbling, and now I'm gonna pass it to everybody else on this council dais right now to figure out how we can make this work.
Because I have a
Yes.
procedural question about
Sure.
that. So, you know, it's been my experience sitting here that resolutions are generated by our county legal person, and then we sort of make edits on the margins on a screen. Is that the only way to go at that? I mean, I'm thinking that we would probably need to submit our own whereas clauses and expectations into either, I don't know if it's sending it to you know, the attorneys to polish for, you know, vote, but I want to make sure that it's that all of our voices are in that document with different ideas, and I don't think we've created resolutions in that way in a while, right? That usually the resolutions presented almost 80% baked, and you know, you know, so do you have some thoughts about how we can assure that the document is capturing all of the things we want to see, and then we can amend it on,
Yeah.
you know, I'm just kind of curious what your thoughts are.
I do, and I think with that being said, kind of like with the next item, because we got one more item before we wrap up, we have the hiring freeze resolution amendment. And so I know that Ms. Turner King, who looks like she's online right now, had sent us an email to ask us questions of like what we want to see in that. And so I think that could be of the same sentiment, that whatever we think of could be sent and have a reasonable deadline to give to Ms. Turner King to provide. So if there's anything that folks are very much interested in wanting to have, that we, you know, collaborate, send that to her if that is okay. And then on the 24th, we can come prepared with looking at that in real time, and if there's any types of things that we need to do to make right then and there, instead of, because we've done it before where we've tried to do it on the fly and it just kind of went kaput. And so I think it would be, I stress highly to all 7 of us, because I'm sure Councilor Iverson will watch later, that myself included, that, you know, we send any suggestions to Ms. Turner King, and we make that available and ready to go on the 24th as we talk about that resolution. Does that make?
It does.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Any last minute thoughts, questions, comments, concerns? Yes, Mr. Cockrell.
And I heard what you just said, and I think the important thing there was setting a deadline to get that information to her. So I think that's, I mean, if we receive stuff the day of or the day before, it's hard for us to process it.
True, it is. So, I mean, if you guys want to discuss what that deadline would be, I think that would be great.
Anybody got a deadline that they'd like to throw out? Because we have, what, the 24th?
So what I will say is the meetings, you know, you're going to discuss this on the 24th. We need to have what you believe you want to look at for the packet no later than the end of the day, Thursday, the 19th. So if you want her to be able to get everything together for that, you know, I mean, earlier in the week would be better. So instead of waiting until, because she may need to ask you guys questions, well, maybe she's not understanding or something. So that my recommendation would be at least by the end of the day on the 17th. I mean,
next Tuesday.
17 at the latest.
Yep.
Okay. So is everybody
Unless
good with
Molly
the 17th?
Molly's got her hand up.
Ms. Turner King.
Hi, Kim said exactly what I was going to say. I was going to suggest the 17th.
Thank you.
All right. 17th it is, and yes, Councilor Fido.
So just to clarify what we're sending Molly, with the goal of a resolution that will say what we want.
Yes.
For.
We need to spell it out for the folks in the back and anybody else, so that we can present, because as we heard, they are looking to us to figure out. So if that means we give a set dollar amount of what needs to be spent, if we say a location and that, I'm just throwing all things out. Not saying that that's what we.
So all the parameters that might impact the jail, is that what we're talking about?
In the project, yep.
I gotcha.
Mm-hmm. Asking ye shall receive. That's what the good book said. All right. So that being said, I appreciate that, and moving on. Okay. Last part of the meeting, we have some county council business, which is something that Councilor Wilson.
Yeah. Yep. Council, I move to open for discussion and possible approval the legal department's request to consider the possibility of an amendment to the hiring freeze resolution that would implement probationary period exception.
Second.
All right. We got a motion and a second, and Ms. Turner King is online.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so this is a discussion regarding the hiring freeze amendment to address the possibility of adding a probationary period for employees. So in essence, our personnel policy says that newly hired employees are probationary for 90 days unless you're a transfer from another department or if you're transferring from part-time to full-time. In essence, what has occurred in a couple instances relating to the hiring freeze is that a department will hire someone. They'll come to council, follow the procedure, get permission to hire a position, and then for some reason, whether it's an involuntary or voluntary termination, the person that they hired in that requested position doesn't work out within those 90 days. So the question is, if a department follows the procedure, comes to council, gets permission to hire someone, but then, that position becomes vacant again in 90 days, is the department expected to come back to council to ask again to hire the same position in short session? And so I think the council has three options on how to deal with this situation, and I proposed them in a memo. The first option is do nothing to the resolution, and yes, the departments have to come back a second time. Option A is to make a probationary exception and make it follow our personnel policy, which treats transfers slightly different. Or the third option is to create a probationary exception and just say, for everyone, including transfers, there's this 90-day period.
Thank you for that. I'll just say this out loud. I think personally, departments still need to come back to us, because I will just say this, and I was planning on saying this in council comment, but I'll say it now since we are doing this. The freeze ain't freezing, y'all. It really is not. And so, like, we really had the intent to really try to get underneath, like, to hold on as much as possible to do what we need to do. We said that in last budget. We also said, in, like, last year in February, like January, February, we really need to start rolling out, you know, ways to really tighten our belt when it comes to spending. And we honestly, like, we got to get a better grip on it before this year gets away from us. We're already midway through February, and before you know it, spring will happen, and then it'll be time to think about budgets again. So I personally think that we should have departments come back to us, but I also want to throw out there that we need to also figure out how we can really work on this hiring freeze. And so I'll go to Councilor Hawk and just kind of go on down.
Well, I think you pretty much said what I was going to say. I think if a lot can happen in 3 months. They're saying it'd be 90 days. So a lot can happen. And we've been learning more every week. And we're watching, well, I'm watching because that's what I do, what's going on at the state. And if that's not enough to wake you up, folks, and I don't think, we have to be really firm so that they don't come and think that we're being mean to them. If they understand we're being mean to everyone, I mean, we're doing our job. So no, I think if somebody comes and they stay for 30 days and they leave, the department needs to come back because something might have happened in that 30 days. Something else might be a higher and better use for that dollar amount in the personnel. So that's just my thoughts before I go home.
I appreciate Councilor Hawk's comments and President Cross's comments, though, there too. It's interesting because we just had this whole conversation tonight. I mean, and I did raise this during one of our items that, yeah, I was calling around the county today and I bumped into 3 different ways people pick up the phone around here. One was one was automated, one hasn't, it's a voicemail that hasn't been emptied in a while. And apparently another office has 3 people that pick up the phone. And we haven't, I mean, I think part of the reason why my votes, when we have people come before us and, appeal the hiring freeze and ask to fill a position comes from the fact that we haven't been absolutely clear yet about what's coming, right? And so, we have this, but then, when we've had staff mention to us, well, I don't know what they think what programs are going to cut or what personnel we're going to cut. It's like, well, it's not going to be us. It will have to be department heads that will have to figure out the world of work that they live in, how many hours is required to run their office. And it will be those things that say, well, maybe this position is an attrition position. Like, filling that part-time role, even though it's been customary to have it, that might be the give back to the county. And we just haven't been crystal clear with that yet. But that has come, especially once we learn, I think, what really is coming from the State House. And as Councilor Hawk mentioned, the AIC numbers we had were we have to get amended numbers even on the estimates of revenue. So, I mean, I know it's a little bit of a tangent on where we are, but this is serious stuff because we are doing serious stuff. It's not aspirational and visionary. It really is getting into the weeds of saying, there's a finite resource to deliver services in the community, and we're going to have to get creative as a community, but we haven't messaged that yet to departments. This is part of that messaging. So that's my thoughts on that tonight. Thank you.
Down yonder to see if anybody has any questions. Okay. So, yes, Councilor Fidel.
So I think the only thing I was concerned about, and I go back to my labor roots here, and that is that I just wanted to make sure that we weren't talking about having the employee serve another probationary period. And I don't think that's what we're talking about. That's right. I just wanted to make sure of that. Thank you.
So, Councilor Wills, did you have your hand raised? Nope.
No, no.
Okay. So what I gather from my colleagues is that we are okay with this hiring freeze as it stands right now, and that there is no other amendments, and that we will have to have people continue to come back to us. Okay.
Pretty much.
Okay, well, that's cool. But I also think one thing I'll throw out there before we move on for a final comment is I do think that it might be something that PAC could look into. I know last year there was a conversation that was supposed to happen related to PAC in terms of looking at how we could go about the hiring freeze to like bring back to the full council to come, because I know it was like, you know, before we do a position, let's hold off for 60 days and whatnot. So I think that would be something to my PAC colleagues here to figure out, like maybe at a next meeting of some sort, to try to think about that and bring that back to the full council.
PAC is on pause, so you would have to approve.
I've been asking for us to meet, yeah.
Oh, okay, my bad.
No worries. It's
Brain
just-
fart.
I would love for us to meet.
I
That'd be
think
great.
that is a thing that I would like to see how we can do that.
PAC's not supposed to do budgetary things. That's not PAC's role at all.
No.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, well, I stand corrected.
PAC is to decide what the classification, you know, to get the job descriptions together and for them to decide whether or not they even want to do it, to send it on to WIS. But it is not, they are not there to make budgetary decisions. Unless you want to change the rules, PAC. I don't care.
No, well,
no,
I don't want to do any of that at all. Yes, Councilor Decker.
Sometimes I get frustrated on process discussions, particularly around PAC. When we talk about PAC as like a different body than us, technically it is a different body, but it's three of us in a meeting. So there's three members of this council that do it. And look, if we were to assign PAC something, or three members of this body, they could go work on something. And the other thing I'll just say about PAC, and I served, I think, 2 years as PAC chair, right? This is the hardest work of roofing was the hardest work of my life. But the PAC's pretty tricky. And the three members that are on there now and in the past will know this. PAC is notorious for saying, well, that's for council when they don't want to touch something. And they're also notorious for saying, we'll take that when they do want to touch it. And so, look, we can get into all that process, but we're talking about three people from this body and all that. If the council president says, what if they were to look at it, or Kate says it, or I don't know, somebody, they could go off and do it, because usually they're pretty smart folks, because they come from us. No, I'm just, but I think we got to be careful on that rigidity. There was a couple times where we started hitting the third person kind of references on PAC, and it's just three of us doing something so that seven of us are not, and that might be the model that you use for something that we can't do out in open court like this. Usually, and this has just been my observation since 2019, when something's not figured out and kind of like there's a solution to vet, change, or edit, council will sit with it for 3 days and struggle in the moment. So that might be something that they or somebody, long-term, I don't know, somebody goes after.
Okay. All right. Well, because there was no motions or amendments or anything to that, then that conversation is done. Okay. Next up, council liaison updates and comments. And I will look to my right at Ms. Hawk. You got any updates besides legislative?
See if I don't say anything, you think that I've not been doing anything all this time. Let me tell you, I am working at this, but you don't want to hear all of it, so it would take me
Working
too
at
long.
it. So next week, or in a couple of weeks, you'll give it to us. Okay, got it.
Well, you know, I mean, it was 62 today. I mean, that's enough hot air, I think, for tonight. I have an EMAC meeting next week, and we have Plan Commission next week as well. I'm happy to report back on outcomes from there. But thank you.
Looking down, just going on down. Yep, Councilor Decker.
I attended the Bloomington Chambers Legislative Committee where certain entities, business owners, the superintendent, other public bodies, they get to go in and hear our legislators talk. Many of us then get it on Saturday mornings here, there, and everywhere else. But I attended that. I do want to say really quick, I was able to kind of sneak into a meeting of our local NAACP, and I would say that I appreciate very much the way the members of the NAACP figure out all the things in the community that kind of run in circles around what we do. I also want to congratulate the city of Bloomington on a very beautiful, robust, and packed Black History Month kickoff that had some of the finest music I think I've ever seen in my life. And it blew my mind. It was so good, some of us almost passed out. So anyway, just congratulations to the city on doing that. I think we need to have some of those words in this chamber a little bit more often.
First of all, I would like to thank Tic Tacs for supporting this meeting and getting me through.
Sound like you won the Indy 500.
No, in all seriousness, I was able to attend the AIC legislative conference with Councilor Feidel, and Councilor Henry attended as well. And I haven't done many of those. It was actually, I think, the second time in the entire time I've been on council that I've gone up to one of those. And I really appreciated the time to focus on these issues, because I think, guys, this is a lot. I don't know. It's a lot. And it deserves our focus. And I don't know about y'all, but I have a lot of other things going on, and this is a part-time gig, and sometimes it feels like I'm not giving this enough attention. So I'm just sharing to kind of, I don't know, make that confession and and maybe hold myself a little bit accountable for taking time to focus more often, and not just waiting for, someone to drive me to Indianapolis and stick me in a hotel conference room for a day. This meeting in particular, I think, has highlighted for me that there aren't too many things that county government does that are optional. We have so many different responsibilities, and every single one of them deserves everything we can give them to go out there and make our community safe and productive and healthy and involved. And so I guess I just want to say that I really appreciate all of the county employees that work really hard at trying to do more with less, because I feel for them, and it's certainly something that I think on and don't take lightly. So that's where I am. Thank you.
So I might have a list. And just about the meetings that I attended in the community, I did go to the Monroe County School Corporation forum they had on the H-Teen building, what they were going to do. There weren't many there at the public meeting that I went to. However, they did say that they got about 350 responses electronically, so they'll be processed forward with that, either to renovate it, to sell it, whatever they're going to end up doing. So I look forward to hearing about that. I usually participate and did again on the legislative updates that the league does. There were two state elected officials there from our area, and we heard updates. Most of the things we've touched on. Like Kate said, I was with her at the Association of Indiana Counties conference. We heard from the governor and numerous other elected officials up there. But one of the biggest things I think I enjoyed was going over to the State House and seeing, we saw the treasurer's office and interacted with that person. We saw the secretary State's office, we saw the Attorney General's office, and the Comptroller's office. And it was just all fascinating to be in that. They have one of the best safes I think I've ever seen, most antique and best looking, not looking, but very impressively designed safes that house the money, you know, I think at some point. So that was really cool to get to see. There's lots of interest, I know, in data centers around the state, and that continues to be a controversy. And some coming into terms with it positively, some are coming to terms with it negatively. I don't know what will happen if we have to decide one here. We'd have to decide. But then locally, again, also, I've been attending almost all, well, if not in person, online, all the meetings with the Ellisville-Richland Township potential merger. And the postcards did go out. Got one myself. I live in Richland Township. And at the last public meeting they had, people had gotten their postcards, and they're showing up now. So we're getting public input. So I'm excited about that. There'll be also meetings coming up about the fire district. There'll be 4 meetings, and I intend to go to that. So that's kind of where I'm at.
Thank you for that. And a couple of council liaison update and committee assignments. Councilor Wiltz mentioned this, and I totally spaced it at the last meeting, that remember the time that the commissioners a while back recently just convened a working group to have stakeholders come to talk about issues related to homelessness. And it was asked by Commissioner Madeira, because she is also heading that group, to send somebody from council, and I had mentioned that Councilor Wiltz would be able to go to attend, and so I'm assuming we've not had any of those meetings just yet, but I know that in good faith, as soon as we know, you'll know, because you will come back and report during council updates. So
All of those things are true.
Yes.
I have received a communication that we will have a meeting.
So I'm looking forward to that meeting. And the other thing is, Councilor Iverson and I are trying to give up some things off of our plates as we head into year 2 for President and Pro Tem. And so I have decided to step down from chair, or from being on the Long-Term Finance Committee meeting. And because he wants to have emphasis and wants to be able to do that, I am letting Mr. Iverson go ahead and take on that as we kind of give up some things here. And then the last thing is we have been asking for Sophia Travis grant applications, and we got some, and we need to do some applications. However, we need to make sure that we do that without a quorum of council members. And so I, as chair and as president of council, would like to designate 2 people that are not quorum related to be able to do that, because if we were going to do it the way, it would have been a really bad thing, and we'd have to notice it, and we didn't do it. So
And this is to do what?
to interview for Sophia Travis grant committee people.
Oh.
So I would like to designate Councilor Vital and Deckard. Would you be okay with doing that? If not, I know there was a scheduling conflict, but if you can't, then he or I will be able to do that. So we'll work it out. So we will hope to have a Sophia Travis Grant Committee community member join us very shortly. Yeah, and so I said all I needed to say today. I'm looking forward to the election board conversation meeting, and I hope they will deliver on the promise that took over an hour plus.
Sorry, are you going to have a third person on that committee? Just 2?
Yeah, it's just 2 because, yeah. So that being said, I appreciate all the conversations and everything that we did tonight, and nothing else that needs to be said except for we are adjourned. Thank you.